Hello! Good morning! Kamusta po kayong lahat ngayong umaga? I hope we are all good. Welcome back to the third day of the first ever online PLAI Congress. We have a record high of 2,000 and plus participants here in the Philippines and across the globe. We are also live via the PLAI YouTube, so please don't forget to subscribe to our official channel. Again, our theme for this year's Congress is libraries as catalyst in the new normal environment. Changes, reforms, transformations. This event is in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines. Welcome po at isang magandang umaga muli sa inyong lahat. I am Donna Labangon, a librarian at the De La Salle University Libraries, Manila campus, your host and moderator for today. So before we start, just a few reminders lang po sa ating mga participants. To all our participants in Zoom, please be informed that you are automatically on mute. Should you have any questions for our speakers later, please post them in our Zoom Q&A button. Please type in your name, your region, the question, and the name of the speaker to whom your question is addressed to. If you also want to say hi to your colleagues, which is I am already seeing in the chat, just please utilize that for the chat button for that purpose, okay? And to our panelists here, please do not forget to put your microphone on mute when not presenting. So thank you so much. Now, true to this year's theme, yesterday we're able to get an insight about how libraries are reforming and transforming different library services in the new normal, right? We learned from Dr. Rita and Sir Lauren the challenges that the current pandemic is posing to libraries. And they highlighted how librarians and information professionals are addressing these concerns through their ongoing initiatives and responses during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's not just the libraries. Even LIS schools are encountering unique challenges as they transition from the blended learning to a fully remote learning environment. So Dean Grace was able to share with us the strategies they adopted to be able to overcome challenges while ensuring the quality of LIS education. And we also had a chance to see a better way to discover and recommend relevant materials for our researchers through Sir Wilson's sharing. And it's also good that we had Sir Kevin from Electronic Information Solutions Incorporated who presented different tools and technologies that are helpful in transitioning to the new normal environment. At syempre, sino ba naman ang makakalimot sa ating naging first ever online fellowship? Congratulations to our committee, and of course, congratulations to our dear awardees and our winners. So yes, yesterday was very insightful and meaningful even if we're doing this online. And moving forward to today's schedule, I must say we're going to have a very busy day ahead. So we have been receiving feedbacks, no? Bitin daw yung ating first 2 days kasi half day lang daw. So that is why we're giving you a full day of sharing and engagement as we have prepared an impressive lineup of invited speakers together with our library organizations and associations. So please make sure you're all ready and set for today's session. All right, we're ready, guys. So let us proceed with the presentations. So to start with, please allow me to introduce our first speaker. She is the head librarian of the University of the Philippines College of Engineering Libraries. She has served as president for two national library organizations, namely the Consortium of Engineering Libraries in the Philippines from 2017 to 2018, and president of the Philippine Association of Research and Academic Librarians, or PAARL, in 2014. So aside from SELF and PAARL, she is an active member of PLAI, having served as officer and member of various standing committees. Her research initiatives are presented and disseminated in national and international conferences and are published as conference proceedings or journal articles. She has served as resource person in various seminars and training workshops for different library associations in the Philippines. She has spearheaded library campaigns such as the I Need, I Value, and I Love My Library, whose mission is to help rebuild libraries and communities, and advocated the greening of libraries. So prior to her library profession, 10 years of her professional life as a social worker was spent working with non-government organizations, people's organizations, and church-based organizations. Now, she is involved in helping students with learning difficulties. In UP, she installed the Student Wellness Center and a 24/7 study facility at the College of Engineering. So to talk about the library's new mandate, creating safe haven for student wellness, we have Miss Sharon Maria Esposo Betan.
Magandang umaga, Pilipinas. Good morning to all the members of PLAI. Kumusta na po kayo? Welcome to the third day of the first ever online Congress of the Philippine Librarians Association. I am Sharon Maria Esposo Betan from the University of the Philippines College of Engineering Library. The title of my presentation this morning is Library's New Mandate, Creating a Safe Haven for Student Wellness. Post-pandemic scenario of libraries will definitely include promoting student wellness within the academic circle. Many of the students experience difficulty and anxiety during this pandemic, more so with the imposed remote learning mode of schools and universities. The library should now go beyond providing the best resources and services to its users. Part of its mandate as a service institution is to promote the wellness and well-being of the community. The new mandate requires not only skills and knowledge of library administrators, but a challenge to all the stakeholders in the academic community. This session will discuss why student wellness is important in an individual's daily life and the enormous but interesting role of libraries to address this condition. For this session, we have the following agenda. First is to gain knowledge on how to develop practical yet effective library services designed to promote student wellness upon return to the new normal. Second is to raise awareness about the importance of wellness in a student daily life. And third, to offer an approach and a framework on how to plan and reconfigure library spaces to accommodate a wellness facility for students. Let me start this presentation by introducing to you three types of students experiencing learning difficulties with their studies. In order to protect their identities, I'm not going to use their real names. Meet Clarissa. She's a freshman in UP, someone known as a top student back in her high school. What was supposed to be an exciting start to her college life took a sudden turn for the unusual when the pandemic forced everyone to implement online learning. Suddenly pressured by the change in environment, this took a toll on Clarissa's mentality, and this in turn affected her performance. Due to her shy nature, she found it hard to communicate with fellow students and her teachers, and the circumstances of remote learning made her feel lonelier than ever. And this is Daniel from Bukidnon. He is a second-year business administration major, known for his liveliness and exuberant personality. However, even one with a cheerful disposition, such as he, can be affected by the pandemic. As he was staying in the dormitory back in March, the lockdown forced him to remain in the campus for 3 months. As you can imagine, it would be hard to be separated from family for such a long period of time. His troubles did not end even after he was finally allowed to go home. The lack of a stable internet made it hard for him to join synchronous sessions in his class, and he is forced to do his schoolwork with only his cell phone. Now, he is suspected of possibly having depression and anxiety. And lastly, I would like to introduce to you Melanie. Melanie is a transgender female. She is friendly and gentle soul, hailing from Baseco compound. Back when there was a total lockdown, she and her family suffered from lack of food supply, as well as a realistic growing fear that she and her family might end up getting affected. Because of the quarantine that persists even until today, she hasn't been able to do her favorite outdoor activities. Furthermore, Zoom chats have made her anxious about her own voice in fear of being misgendered by her colleagues. Once in a while, her struggle with these feelings of anxiety and identity have given rise to thoughts of self-harm. These are the types of students who have psychosocial problems aggravated by the lockdown periods. And these are the students that our libraries will be facing with once we go back and reopen the libraries physically. All three of them represent different levels of learning difficulties in one's academic life, brought about by COVID-19, who has continued to be a threat on both the physical and mental health of students since its outbreak. Not only that, it also imposes psychological consequences to a great extent, which requires attention from the academe to cope with the situation mentally. Our officials from the Commission of Higher Education once said, when we talk with students about the issues that worry them most, mental health consistently tops the list. The 9th month of this pandemic highlights the doubling of numbers of higher education students with declared mental health conditions. Experts predict that there will be an increasing number of mental health related issues in the months to come. Mental health is defined by the World Health Organization as a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and can make a contribution to his or her community. It should be remembered that on March 11, the World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 virus outbreak as a pandemic due to the exponential increase in the number of cases in more than 100 countries. Then on March 16, President Duterte placed the entire Philippines under a state of calamity amid the threats caused by COVID-19. Since then, the Philippines has been battling the spread of COVID-19, coupled with the surmountable challenge of addressing the most basic health and socio-economic needs of the Filipinos. Almost all efforts and resources are geared towards saving lives and mitigating the socio-economic effects of the deadly coronavirus, with physical well-being taking priority over mental health needs. Most often than not, the impact of the pandemic on the mental health of people gets little attention or is put on the back burner, which has far more long-term effects and consequences. In this regard, it is imperative to look at the impacts of the pandemic on the mental health of Filipinos, especially the youth, the general mental health situation in the Philippines, and the various existing interventions available to address mental health-related concerns. With that said, the March 16 COVID-19 lockdown blindsided our libraries. With little time to plan, we closed our library facilities to protect the safety of our students and employees and moved to online services and work from home arrangements. Thankfully, years of curating digital content, providing multiple opportunities for research interaction, developing electronic databases, and online presence in the social media served us well during the transition. The ongoing coronavirus health crisis has interrupted library services, and it has challenged library administrators to rethink the library experience for students as well as for library staff. With discussions now occurring about reopening libraries, we now face a paradigm shift. Instead of returning to normal, librarians will be returning to a new normal, one where face-to-face classes and interactions may be impossible or no longer preferred, where collections in physical format may be a hindrance to access, and where collaborative study is shunned in favor of social distancing in libraries that can only safely house half the students they used to. Prevailing COVID-19 pandemic has provided an eye-opening lesson for librarians to rethink the way we perform and in what ways we can prepare for the post-pandemic reopening of the library. We all know that productivity leads to quality life, but how can the students be productive if they are not physically, socially, and psychologically well? How can they meet the rigors of academic life if they are battling with a lot of stress, anxiety, and loneliness? We all know that doing well at university is intimately related to being well, and mental ill health significantly compromises the ability of students to cope with and keep up with the demands of their studies. As a central part of all students' journeys, libraries can play an important role in promoting student well-being. As a service institution, librarians have the moral obligation to take care of the wellness of the students by preparing and creating a safe haven for them while in school. Firstly, please allow me to contextualize the agenda of this session. When I speak about student wellness, I'm pertaining to the physical health of the student. Wellness means students should feel good while in school, while student well-being pertains to the whole person, its mind and body. I would be dwelling most on the wellness part or the physical health of the student in this session. What then is the role of the library to foster the wellness of students while in school? Libraries have always been regarded as a refuge to students. It is their sanctuary, hideout, and safe haven. A safe haven is a place where a student could feel relaxed, at home, comfortable, conducive, clean, happy, and can experience peace of mind and security. Pwedeng dito sila mag-deload, mag-distress, pwedeng magyamot, or even umiyak. Also, it is a space where it's free from harm, free of bias, conflicts, and threats, free from discrimination, criticisms, and harassment. It is a neutral ground and surrounded by trusted people and where respect to privacy is observed. Libraries as safe spaces are supposed to be non-judgmental, inclusive, accommodating, and most of all, kind. I know that many of us are currently renovating or have renovated their libraries and have introduced innovative library services in the past. When I say new mandate, it is in the light of post-COVID quarantine scenario. With the students' post-pandemic condition in mind, hence, taking care of student wellness may be the most appropriate approach. So when we go back and finally reopen the physical library, look for that space in your library where you could repurpose to a student wellness area or facility. Area if you have a limited space. Facility if you have the luxury of a big and a partition area. Abroad, student wellness facilities are not necessarily located inside a library. They are in a separate building. In fact, their student wellness facilities even have basketball courts, gymnasiums, cafes, and spa. Tayo dito sa Pilipinas, we can start in the library. Total mandate natin yan. Let us re-examine our library area and possibly identify a space that we could turn into a student wellness area. Allow me to share with you our own experience in establishing a student wellness facility for the UP College of Engineering. In 2019, the administration of the college, headed by the dean, convened a committee to specifically address the growing number of students experiencing depression and anxiety. Cases of attempted suicides were even reported back then. In the committee are representatives from the college administration, faculty, the alumni, and the library. Also, the psychology department, Office of the Guidance and Counseling, non-government organizations, and individual volunteers comprise the newly formed group. We had to go through numerous planning workshops and brainstorming sessions to come up with the most sensitive approach. The library played a significant role because of the fundamental nature of libraries as safe spaces. It hosted the facility inside the library. The library led the establishment of the student wellness facility of the college, from design to day-to-day management. The Student Wellness Committee was structured as such: the college administration for policy direction, the faculty for monitoring and mentoring students, alumni for resource generation and mobilization, the library for the implementation and operationalization, the professional groups for counseling and therapy. One of the interventions that the committee came up with to help address the students' mental health conditions, among others, is the institutionalization of a college student wellness, or we call it the SWELL facility. The college alumni started to raise funds by staging a concert featuring the talents of faculty members and alumni for the benefit of the project. It instantly raised more than ₱1 million. Support of alumni residing in the United States also came into play. And so, the library, being appointed to set up the SWELL facility, started mobilizing, refurbishing the area, and purchasing the needed furniture, appliances, equipment, and materials to operationalize the SWELL in time for the opening of classes in August 2019. It took us barely 2 months to prepare the facility. Our first step at the library was to identify and spot that space to host the SWELL. The library gave up the internet and computing facility where computer stations were stationed for the use of the students. It does not mean that we stopped providing computer use for the students. We just relocated them in other areas of the library to give way to the SWELL facility. It was a very easy decision because based on usage statistics, the desktop computers were no longer maximized. We noticed that almost all the students bring their own laptops in the library. Hence, the SWELL facility was put into priority. The area is about 70 square meters and is divided into 2 partitioned areas. Just enough space to host a rest area, home activity area, and a counseling room. With the area identified, we began to refurbish the facility by repainting it with a lighter tone, lit it with warm lights, installed combi blinds, placed comfortable sofas, provided big bean bags, and equipped it with a lot of card and board games. We also provided a setup for an aroma diffuser and played soft, calming music inside the SWELL facility. This area served as a go-to area or a rest area where students can relax, chill, or simply have a cat nap while in school. Every Monday, this area is converted to an activity area where focus group discussions, human library talks, and small workshops are held. This service is provided by a non-government organization called Mindfulness Group. They conduct workshops, group sessions with interested students who wish to receive meditation and listen to topics such as how to manage stress and their stressors, anger management, and how to combat depression, and many more. The other half of the area is the counseling room. It is a closed area. It is soundproof and air conditioned, and complete with amenities such as bean bags, coffee maker, and water dispenser. There is a round table for counseling sessions with ergonomic chairs for the psychologists and the student. The professional services of the counselors or the counselors and psychologists are provided by the UP Office of Counseling and Guidance and the UP Psych Serve of the Psychology Department. Students may seek counseling with them by appointment. Pero pwede ding mag-walk-in kung talagang distressed na. We accommodate these students who need immediate help without questions. Now, how about the day-to-day management of the SWELL? This is another counterpart of the engineering library, or EngLib. EngLib went beyond providing the best collections and best services to the students. We volunteered our librarian to man the facility. Initially unprepared for the new role, the librarian had to undergo skills training, seminars, and orientations related to student wellness. She welcomed the challenge, encouraged by the fact that she will be somehow helping students alleviate their problems and to help them feel good and safe while in school. In other libraries abroad that manage a student wellness facility inside a library, they had to avail the services of a professional social workers as support. We librarians as social workers too, why not? Libraries are embracing their role in providing community services, including having social workers on their staff to help those with emotional problems who may frequent the library. Again, to design, run, and manage, and to sustain a student wellness facility, you need to collaborate and create a network with the administration, the faculty, the alumni, student organizations, and the health professionals. Looking forward, we have a new library building that will host a bigger swell facility. It will have a cafe, a Zen garden, and we will be installing exercise equipment and massage chairs. I hope you will be able to visit us at the UP College of Engineering Library once the facility is operational. The building is already 98.60% finished. If you are also considering setting up a swell facility in your libraries, it is best to conduct an initial assessment among your target users. Identify the psychosocial problems commonly experienced by young students and be aware of the signs that would help identify the students at risk. You may also find that doing safely can be challenging. Keep in mind that the layout and design should also adapt to the new normal. That way, you can create a more effective safe haven that is space to those who are vulnerable and or hurting within. To summarize, mental health is indeed a legitimate and serious concern, especially in this time of a pandemic. This condition concerning students should not only be the responsibility of the school or university, but of the whole community. It is therefore critical for mental health concerns and issues to be given additional attention and more space in the national strategy and response to COVID-19 by the national government, especially in the recovery phase. Healthcare programs and systems, especially those that pertain to the need for mental health interventions, should be mobilized in a timely manner. Psychosocial services must be made available to all Filipinos who require these services for free as much as possible. Also, the importance of culturally sensitive mental health interventions should be given due course and importance. Taking all of this into consideration, as members of the community, we as librarians can promote mental health awareness by first educating ourselves through research and training. Moreover, we can respond and address the mental health needs of the students by considering dedicating a wellness facility or area in the library. It would be interesting in the future to find out the success of the swell facility as an intervention to mental health problems. This could be a good area for research to ask the following. How do libraries' spaces impact on student well-being? How are the library's current well-being initiatives viewed by students? What are students' expectations of libraries in relation to well-being? Are there aspects of library services that impact negatively on student well-being? What types of support and training would students benefit from? What services and initiatives are having the biggest positive impact on well-being? What role or roles could library staff play in student well-being? To end the session, I would like to borrow a quote from the Venerable Fred Rogers, a man known for dedicating himself to inspiring younger and older generations alike to be kinder, more creative, and care for one another as neighbors. All of us, at some time or the other, need help. Whether we're giving or receiving help, each one of us has something valuable to bring to this world. My parting advice to everyone is to practice maximum tolerance towards our library users. We cannot lose our cool because we may never fully know who our who are our Melanies, our Daniels, our Clarissas, or who else is going through a difficult time given our global situation. We have to show that we care. Let us radiate kindness and more understanding to one's student well-being. A library is a place that is a repository of information and gives every citizen equal access to it. That includes health information and mental health information. It is a community space. It is a place of safety, a haven from the world. Sabi nga ni David Lance, to be a librarian is not to be neutral or passive or waiting for a question. It is to be a radical positive change agent within your community. Thank you for listening, and thank you, PLAI. During the Q&A portion, magdi-disclaimer lang po ako. I will not attempt to answer anything related to existing cases on mental health or anything related to psychological or medical treatment on mental health. I am not a psychologist or a psychiatrist nor a medical doctor. I'm a librarian in the first place and a social worker in the second place. So I will only be entertaining questions related to library and its services. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing this very important initiative, Ma'am Sharon. Mental health is really a legitimate concern these days. And yes, when we reopen, libraries are returning to a new normal environment. So we need to really rethink our services and programs that will help promote student wellness. Maraming salamat po ulit, Ma'am Sharon. So moving forward, now let's listen to a presentation from CNE Adaptive Learning Solutions, one of the generous sponsors for this year's Congress. So our next speaker graduated with a degree in Bachelor of Library and Information Science from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, with a specialization on the track Information Technology in 2007. He is a licensed librarian, passing the board for librarians and succeeding with top 2 spot. Before becoming a part of the CE Logic team, he worked at CNE Publishing from 2008 to 2010 and served as a product evaluation, acquisitions, and training officer for basic education from 2010 to 2017. He is currently a product officer and handles product management, evaluation, and training for CE Logic's online library resources, research solutions, library solutions, and services. He also provides technical support to customers and works with partner publishers to deliver the latest and authoritative solutions to best fit the customer's requirements. In his spare time, he enjoys playing online games and his guitar. So, to talk about supporting academic research through online library resources, let us welcome Mr. Jeffrey Mirania.
Thank you, Donna. While we're waiting for the PowerPoint to load, can you see it clearly, Donna?
Um, yes, there.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to do a short presentation with regards to our solutions. And the theme for PLAI is, of course, libraries serving as catalysts in the new normal environment, the changes, reforms, and transformations. So that will be the PLAI Online Congress 2020 theme or for our topic. And as CLogic as a company and CNE are supporting academic institutions, particularly libraries, in terms of addressing this the way they serve as catalysts in this new normal environment, meaning providing the solutions, trying to provide a means to adjust to changes and implement reforms and transformations in the library. So we are, CE Logic is part of a larger group, the CNE Educational Solutions Group, and one of our key part of our solutions is the adaptive learning solutions. This is a combination of classroom resources from CNE and the online library resources for CE Logic. And these are among the other smaller units under the CNE Educational Solutions Group. So we have CNE, CE Logic, Makers, and Excel. Now, our vision as a company is to be the premier provider of solutions. Of course, to be that provider, we need to know the needs of our clients or our market and the prevailing trends in the current in the local area. So, in order for us to provide solutions that would help address those needs. So, in this current need, uh, we understand that access to information has become more vital with regards to the implementation of online classes, and that remote access has become a key factor in terms of implementing an online solutions or online research reference solutions for libraries and academia. Our mission is to provide for all uh, benefits for all, meaning our partners, our employees, of course, our the number one will be our customers or clientele. This is just a summary of some of our online library solutions, and this is how CE Logic intends to help in addressing some of the current challenges that we have, which is, of course, these are all remotely accessible and online, and this will provide students with content for their academic research. We also have some library solutions that we offer, and among our library solutions, we have authentication services. This will allow institutions with multiple database subscriptions to implement a single sign-on and remote accessibility to their resources. Of course, we do have our library solutions, our library automation solutions, and our content platforms. We also have our research tool suite, which is also one of the resources being used by institutions nowadays with the current challenge of the pandemic. Of course, they need to have a faster turnaround with their papers or their researches, and they need those research tools, meaning they need to check their English grammar, they need to check the authenticity of their documents, and they need some statistical software, and even in case they would implement a fully online paper publication process, then there would be some solutions such as Typeset that will provide an authoring platform and a formatting platform for their research. And also, as we want to make the library a more comfortable space, something that would induce learning but also provide some comfort for our students, a place of a haven, if you may. We do have our maker spaces and our, of course, our learning commons or our learning spaces. So we are involved in the supply and design of this library transformation to modernize the library or to provide a more inducive environment for students, faculty, and all of the institutions users. Now, with our maker spaces, we do partner with providers of robotics, engineering, STEM resources, and even supplies for the libraries. Now, how can we support academic research with the current change in paradigms brought about by the health situation? Of course, every part of this academic community has their own stake with regards to this. And we, on our end, are working together with the libraries in order to provide for these resources that will help address these current challenges online solutions. We hope to provide the users with remotely accessible resources that can help them in terms of supporting their online classes or online instructions. Now, of course, part of it is the evolution of the library learning spaces. So, of course, it's no longer a place for looking for information. It's also a place for uh, a haven for which students will have to go to and of course do the research or something, a place for comfort for them so that they will be in a way less stressed in terms of being in the library. Of course, when everything goes back to normal or close to normal, of course the library spaces would then again be our go-to for our information requirements, and of course for a place to of course find an inducive or conducive place to learn and of course research. Now we do have key solutions from our key partners, and we'll be discussing for them for the day. Gale Reference Complete is our multidisciplinary database, which provides you with the largest possible uh, collection of resources for your institution, both including primary and secondary sources. So this is in a way a go-to for database when you have a generic information requirement, something that will require multidisciplinary research. So you have this. And of course, knowledge is of course the basis for learning, and of course researching and learning is something that needs to be empowered in the institution, so we do have to provide them with these resources. And Gale Reference Complete contains of course six databases, meaning academic one file, general one file, archives, and bound. These resources helps provide at least closer to a complete portfolio for your resources. So you have your periodical and serial resources for the academe, you have your general interest resources, you have your primary sources, of course you have ebooks, you have your newspapers for current events, and you have your literary sources for, of course, for those who are from the College of Arts and Literature, and those involved in the study of literary and literature pieces. Now, in terms of numbers, there are a lot of content that's available through Gale Reference Complete. And what's more important is its ability to support the needs for all academic levels. So this is from the undergraduate up to the faculty level, as well as in terms of subject coverage and content. So this is how the databases would aim to address the specific subject requirements. And as the students go towards their journey in their academic life, they would be they would have evolving needs for information. They will have evolving research requirements, and so this is how Gale Reference Complete intends to provide for these resources. So in the first year, they will be consulting ebooks, and on the latter part of the year, they will be consulting primary sources and primary source documents. Now, Academic One File offers the lowest number of embargoed titles, which is very important, and of course, peer-reviewed. So these are some of the key considerations when we're looking for databases, peer-reviewed and full text with a large subject coverage. General One File as well contains a large portfolio of resources that can be used for, of course, 3,770 peer-reviewed journals and newspapers, which can be useful for, of course, this is originally intended for public libraries, but it is made part of the GRC package for addressing general interest requirements. And we have our Gale ebooks, which is, of course, when we do research, we usually use journals. But of course, for our subject, going in depth into subjects or topics, and of course, narrowing down or expanding your topic, you would need this ebook resource or book resources in general to give you a more complete perspective of a certain topic or subject. So this is available as well in your Gale Reference Complete. And your Gale Literary Sources provides you with a very large content for literature related information requirements. Now, in terms of numbers, this has been increased ever since. So this is for your gay literary sources. For those who needs to support their college or College of Arts and Literature, which is if they need to provide them with resources for of course the study of literary or literary pieces, they would have a big collection with regards to the gay literary sources in GRC. And the last one will be your Archives Unbound. Oh no, not the last one, but second to the last one will be your Archives Unbound, which is your primary sources. So of course, unpublished resources are usually uh, key resources for information, especially in historical research. And so Archives Unbound provides access to these historical documents and very useful, of course, for doing a more retrospective research in terms of academic research. And the last one is Gale One File News, which provides you with, of course, newspapers, access to newspapers and periodicals for current information requirements. Now, the platform supports, as we all know, if students are learning online, the platform needs to be like the library, inducive or conducive to learning as well. It must be easy to use. It must be, in a way, intuitive. Anybody who goes to the platform can immediately perform functions and do research. So this is what Gale does for their platform. It's a intuitive platform. It allows for collaborative tools. So authentication under personal user account is integrated with your G Suite. So most of our students nowadays have Google accounts or Microsoft accounts. So it's integrated, and they no longer need to create their personal accounts. They can use their existing Google or Microsoft accounts. Of course, on-demand translation for those who have foreign students, this will be very helpful. So they will learn better in their own native language. Citations tools for research, optimized content for mobile access, as well as the topic finder, which is a good tool for narrowing down or broadening a research topic. Interlink in this platform of Gale provides a means of connecting periodical resources to the Gale ebook resources. So this is a cross between the journal and the book resources. The text-to-speech technology is a way, a complement to the mobile accessibility, because when resources are mobile accessible, there are two things that they can do. They can read on the mobile phone, or they can actually listen to their texts. So this is a good way for supporting mobile learning. And of course, with all the Gale databases, GRC is just one of those databases with a lot of available databases under Gale, some generic, some multidisciplinary, and some subject specific. The Power Search platform or the Power Search capability allows you to search multiple. So if you don't have a discovery service, but you do have multiple Gale databases, it acts like a discovery services for all your Gale database subscriptions. In one single search, you will be able to look for your information requirement. Now, this is just a summary of the available collections under Gale Reference Complete. And of course, in addition to having an intuitive platform, they are redesigning the platform to become more engaging for its users. The next one is from McGraw-Hill, which is, again, this is in a way more of a subject-specific requirement or subject-specific databases. And mostly are medical and allied health, and we do have science, engineering, and also an ebook collection and an anatomy resource, which is the Anatomedia. So I'll be discussing one, which is the Access Medicine. It provides access to textbooks. So in most of our databases, those are reference books, but in the case of Access Medicine, it provides access to McGraw-Hill's textbooks. So of course, when classes or online classes are going on, some of the textbooks they are using would be coming from McGraw, and this would be helpful for institutions. Now, with regards to Access Medicine, it's a complete medical resource that provides a complete spectrum of knowledge from the best minds in medicine, and it's useful for both students and practicing professionals. By the numbers, it would be it. It contains books, images, video, audio clips, online instruction or learning would be our assessment resources and review resources, which is also available through Access Medicine. And practice tools allows for the students and even the practicing physicians to do, of course, enhance their skills and their knowledge using these available resources from Access Medicine. And of course, your available 2-minute medicine provides a quick information or quick resource for information for, of course, those who don't have time to do in-depth research, so those who are in the clinical practice already. Educational tools are provided to support the classroom requirements or needs. So they have review questions, multimedia, cases, which is very important. This can be given as assignments or group work for students. And of course, review materials like flashcards and of course, interactive learning modules and quiz show or showdown. It's like a game type. So it just allows for more engagement for students. Now, there are a lot of resources in Access Medicine. There are your textbooks and your reference texts. And some of the key titles here will be very familiar for medical students. And clinical prep, which is also an additional assessment or review tool, review resource, is also made available through Access Medicine. Now, because it's mobile accessible, it has an app, and the app allows you to access some of the features such as the quick medical diagnosis in RX, Fitzpatrick's Atlas of Clinical Dermatology, differential diagnosis tool, and diagnosis tests. These resources will help in terms of aiding practicing physician for quick information access. Now, of course, key to online resources is the creation of personal account for personalized learning. So we all know that in online classroom instruction, students will have to learn to be self-directed. So the platform becomes self-adaptive or adaptive to the user or to the learner, but the learner also adapts to the new paradigm. So they should become more self-driven or self-directed in terms of their learning. And so that proves more pressure for them to have access to resources because learning now becomes more of their self-direction or self-initiative. We do have Emerald Publishing, which is another provider of resources for e-journals, ebooks, and case resources. Now, they do have a large collection of e-journals and, of course, their active titles and their backfile collections. So from 300 e-journals specializing mostly in business and management, and 1,600 ebooks and e-cases. Now, key to Emerald's collection is the high quality of their research. So they don't just have any article included in their research in their collection. It has to be double peer reviewed or double blind peer reviewed, and it has to be with a good. It's statistically they have a high, in a way, citation ranking or high ranking in terms of research quality. So they have a journal collection, which is sub-collections would be management and their specialist e-journal portfolio. And they have their e-journal subject collections, which is available for libraries. So this is to support your research, your need for current information. So management e-journals portfolio consists of many collections. We have, let's just go over this. Okay. So there's just a little bit of hang on my device. Okay, so now it's moving. So the e-management portfolio provides a lot of resources with regards to all the collections under the okay, so sorry for that challenge in here, hardware challenge. So we're now moving. So among the e-journal management collections will be business and management strategy, information and knowledge management, and marketing, operation and logistics and quality, property management, and public policy. So some of the collections inside of the e-journal management portfolio. Of course, there is your specialist e-journals portfolio. So all of these are journal collections providing current information for research. So you have health and social care, education, library studies, and engineering. And we also have our e-journals premier, which is the largest collection of all this journal collection from Emerald to have access to all of these sub-collections as well. And in terms of the e-journal collection, we have our engineering, computing, and technology portfolio. So all of these are addressing particular subject-specific requirements and will be useful for specific college requirements. Now, in terms of e-journal collections, I highlighted earlier that e-journal collection from the Emerald Publishing Group would be reviewed, written by influential authors, written by international authors, and also highly cited in terms of their research quality or their content quality. And he has been continuously growing in terms of collection. It has a small collection right now, but it is continually growing over the years. It is mobile accessible and discoverable, and continuously acquiring titles from, of course, they don't just acquire titles, it has to pass through their standards in terms of being part of the Emerald collections. And in terms of being high in terms of citation, of course, they are basing on their Scopus Site score in terms of the ranking for the journal articles and journal titles, and Clarivate Analytics as well. So whenever you have a subscription for Emerald, it would contain complementary titles and also access in perpetuity. So they have two models. Those is subscription only and those with access in perpetuity. So if you subscribe to a journal collection, it becomes perpetual for your institution for that current year. And in this aspect, it helps the library build collections for the resources. And this in way supports the growing needs of our students and faculty in terms of their subject-specific research requirements. The back files provides you with access to, of course, retrospective collections of Emerald. And again, it adds to more collections in terms of accessing in the library. So they have this backfile collections that is tailor fit to institutions' needs. So they can select by backfile collections, as well as the specialist backfiles. So both have their backfile collections. And last will be the last will be your ebook collection from the Emerald Publishing Group. These ebooks, in a way similar to Gale, provides for an in-depth research to topics or subjects, and they have the collections from business and management, transport, social sciences. Okay, and next to our ebook collection would be our e-case collection. So e-case collections is useful for faculty in use in their classroom instruction. So before, it is used in their physical classroom instruction, but they can also implement this into their online courses. These are real world business scenarios that they can use for the teaching of business. Now, the emerging markets case studies, also a collection under Emerald Publishing, provides resources that can be useful as well for the classroom. It's peer-reviewed and with teaching resources, which is very important for faculty or teachers. And the last one is the case journal, which is also published by Emerald. So it covers quite a bit of fixed subject areas or specialized subject areas, and institutions or libraries can select from the specific collections for their specific needs. So if multidisciplinary, we have other databases for that, but for this specific subject requirements, your Emerald would be a good resource for the library. So of course, it's accessible, integrated, discoverable, and customized. This the important thing here is the accessible with accessibility options for the libraries. So this will enable users from your institution to have a clear definitive access to your resources because it provides multiple options for them to access. The last one we'll have will be Orcon, which is not a database. It is a software solution or research software solution. Is a research solution that provides service for plagiarism checking. So they've launched this September, and they have merged with Blackscan, which is another 2021. They will come up with a new database or a new solution, which we call Original. And this will be a better solution, a better software for providing you with the results for checking authenticity of documents. Now, most of the resources are taken from the internet in terms of plagiarized content. Some are taken from publisher databases and some are taken from peers. And all of these are considered by the platform and checked for similar or text similarity or let's just say plagiarize content. One key thing about Urkund is the addition of their licensed content. So previously, if a plagiarism checker doesn't have licensed content, they are blocked by a paywall. They cannot provide access to the full text, which is referenced in the similar text. But in the case of Urkund, they have partnered with publishers for content so that whenever you find similar text and this is part of this licensed content, you will also be able to see the full text of this particular contents. So this is in reference to comparing or assessing if a student's text in their paper is really a plagiarized content or it just needs proper citation or um, it's actually a different content from the existing resources. So this is just assessing in terms of the level of similarity in a document of a student paper. So they do have their own algorithm for checking plagiarism, similar to PlagScan, and they have integrations with learning management systems. So of course, with the on advent of course, with the paradigm, with the challenge of the pandemic, schools now are investing into learning management systems and as a means or a major deployment of content to students and even to teachers. And so the importance of being able to integrate into the learning management system becomes more pronounced for online library resources, which they are now currently working on. So online library resources or those who were originally accessed on the library will now be accessible through the classroom, through the LMS or the learning management system. So it is easy to use, it is efficient, and it's reliable in terms of providing the results for plagiarism. And it is ranked currently in the European area as one of the useful or usable, user-friendly plagiarism detection software in the market. Now, a case in point would be the one they did for India, which is they solicited the support of the government to provide for the plagiarism solution. So this is something that they aim for the Philippines as well. They want to partner for the Philippine government for providing a plagiarism solution for state universities and colleges. Now, we hope this presentation provides you with more information on our resources and for if you have requirements or you need help with your resources, just feel free to contact customer service at clogic.com and we'll be happy to help you with your information requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Jeffrey. So, yes, our libraries remain an essential service in providing for the institution's information needs, even during these trying times. So, thank you again, Sir Jeffrey and CE Logic, for presenting these tools to adapt to new and emerging trends to cater to our users' evolving needs. Okay, so now let's proceed to our next speaker. The next speaker is a full-time faculty member and the current college secretary of the School of Library and Information Studies of the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She graduated Bachelor of Library and Information Science cum laude in 2000 and Master of Technology Management in 2009, also from the same university. And she is currently pursuing her PhD in Information Management at the University Technology Mara in Malaysia. And she also placed ninth in the Librarian's licensure exam in 2000. As an educator for almost 11 years, she has taught both graduate and undergraduate students and has also advised and directed students in their research papers. She has also published articles, given numerous presentations, conducted and facilitated conferences, seminars, and workshops in various topics in library and information science, both locally and abroad. She was also a consultant of the International Network of Emerging Library Innovators in the ASEAN region, project a 3-year project by the National Library of the Philippines and funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, aimed to create a regional network of emerging public library leaders to foster collaboration and strengthen capacity and partnerships among stakeholders in Southeast Asia. Now, to talk about Stories from the Field: How Filipino Librarians Make Sense of Social Change. Let us welcome back Professor Rhea Rowena Apolinario. Hi, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Thank you so much, PLAI, for inviting me and giving me a platform to share a portion of my study regarding social change and Filipino librarians. My presentation is entitled Stories from the Field: How Filipino Librarians Make Sense of Social Change. Natural calamities, physical events, demographic factors, technologies, discoveries and innovations, diffusion and human collective action bring about social changes in our society. Social change, as it is called, is the transformation of a culture over time or a significant modification in the lifestyle of a society. The change, which varies in pace, sets the society in motion and affects various facets of life of an individual or a culture. While social change is usually brought about by huge occurrences such as physical environment and population shifts, among others, individuals in their own ways and through their profession can contribute to society to make a difference. Ferris and Sine termed this as helping professions, which include careers in nursing, counseling, teaching, and those in social service, nonprofit, and law enforcement sectors where every encounter with a person or a client is an opportunity heading for social change. I believe that librarianship is included in this profession. The super typhoon Haiyan, which hit us in 2013, if you will remember, it brought about social changes on how the Philippines respond to and prepare for typhoons, especially in the areas surrounded by water. It also brought about policy changes in various government agencies on dealing with natural calamities. In here, you can see that, Leyte was literally wiped out by Yolanda. This same typhoon also provided an opportunity for Ms. Lorna Eguia, a Filipino librarian in the Visayas region, to conduct bibliotherapy session for the victims of Haiyan in the evacuation centers in Cebu City, which helped in the healing process of the trauma-stricken typhoon victims. So I remember Lorna Eguia presented her experiences, her sharings during the PLAI Congress 2015, and I was really crying when she shared this particular experience to us. I know that there are accounts of Filipino librarians who travel to far-flung areas in the Philippines to promote reading to children through the conduct of storytelling. Most recently, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic influenced and still is influencing changes in how society works, now affecting institutions such as family, government, economy, education, and religion. With the disease affecting almost all parts of the world, numerous countries decided to put their cities under quarantine or stay at home orders for some, prohibiting mass gatherings, including school, church services, and work in the office, among others. So, as of November 1, 2020, there are 383, 113 confirmed cases in the Philippines. We were put in various levels of community quarantine, and until now, COVID-19 cases are still increasing. Given the COVID-19 situation, some Filipino librarians and associations became more active in the social media, doing live storytelling, for instance, or conducting various webinars. I think you've attended a lot of those already. In support of IFLA's furtherance to the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the Philippine Librarians Association conducted its annual congress in 2017 with the theme Libraries Take Action, Providing Access and Opportunity for All. Some of the goals of the said Congress are to understand further the SDGs and the role that libraries play in it, recognize strategies on how libraries can be venues of community development, and advocate the roles of librarians and library associations as key players for social change. During the Congress, if you will remember, and for those of you who attended it, there were papers presented on library programs and activities that helped in one way or another in the achievement of the UN SDGs. Consequently, in 2019, during the 40th Gabriel A. Bernardo Memorial Lecture Series, Ma'am Emery, the president of PLAI, calls to action all Filipino librarians to take part in the affairs of the profession and the association, as she believed that Filipino librarians must be the change agents or advocates that our society needs. The PLAI Congress 2020 this year appears to be a response to the call of librarians now and that of Ms. Emery. With librarians' relevance continuously being questioned and challenged and doubted in this age of information and the internet, making a difference in society, be it big or small, will further demonstrate as to why libraries and librarians primarily and should unceasingly exist. Living in an information-based society, communities are now challenged, among others, by the proliferation of fake news, misinformation, disinformation, information illiteracy, and historical revisionism. Zalewski believed that national issues and trends impacted our nation's libraries, and librarians rose to the challenge, promoting media literacy, protecting the freedom to read, advocating for equity, diversity, and inclusion, and responding to the needs of their patrons. With all these occurrences in a postmodernist world affecting communities, libraries, and information centers, how do librarians respond to these changes, and how do they drive social changes in their community? So that's the question. Now let us look at the studies, the researches, or literature in general that have been conducted about social change and libraries or librarians. So in here, you can see the themes in the literature review conducted. So the general theme, of course, I was looking for libraries, librarians, and social change. And with the literature that I've encountered, I've discovered that this can be divided into three main themes: social changes affecting libraries, libraries, librarians challenged to be social changers, and libraries and librarians as agents and catalysts of social change. So let's proceed with the first one. The very nature of how librarians work and what they do to provide access to information to their patrons may contribute to the changes in the lives of these individuals or their communities. Thus, the challenge to librarians to become instruments of change or to respond to social changes happening around them have been examined in various researches. For example, from 1945 to 1980, libraries in the United States were greatly affected by social changes such as population shifts and increased social investments in scientific and technical research and development, which brought about new responsibilities and alterations in the operational context of libraries and role of librarians during that time. They further posited that as society becomes more information and knowledge based, librarians have bigger roles to play in ensuring that individuals are functional members of society who use information in their lives. The study of Zaitsev, for instance, highlighted how the social changes in Russia brought about growth in national consciousness of its people and reorganized their regional libraries to become national libraries with the responsibility of collecting and storing the written memory of their nations. Further, as you can see, technological and social changes, for example, demographics, are also believed to have extensive impact on librarians and library services, and librarians should respond to these changes. And of course, there is COVID-19, the pandemic, which really influenced or impacted the library field. It truly altered the way we do things, business, education, our work, and a lot more. Matthews and Lacey Matthews and Lacey called on librarians to respond to the social changes affecting libraries at the time, to raise and broaden and imaginative, to raise, to develop broad and imaginative patterns of national cooperation, and to express a keen and pervasive sense of the library's enlarged social commitment. Wasserman, in 1972, in his seminal book, discussed the importance of change in societies and professions and the rationale as to why is there a need for the librarianship profession to shift towards being responsive and proactive to societal needs. Following along that lines are the articles of Noyes and Kiko and Rigonacci, Garcia Febo and Epstein, Smallwood and Gubnitskaya. The problem elucidated in those studies is that librarians appear to be passive with regards to things happening around them and are therefore challenged and called upon to act more towards influencing change in their communities. From this stance, specifically in the Philippine settings, that challenge to librarians was called upon by the current president of PLAI. So like what I mentioned a while ago during the Gabriel A. Bernardo lecture series. So this is also in congruence to PLAI's vision of being committed to the advancement of the practice of librarianship towards national development. Okay. Another theme recurring in the literature are stories and works of librarians and their libraries as agents of social change. So the studies reviewed showed librarians in various types of libraries that are believed to be instruments of social changes in their communities. They identified library services, programs, and other activities that promotes social change. Many of these studies discussed public libraries as community centers and how they became engines of social change through their programs and activities. There is one academic library, the Center for Learning Resources of the Covenant University Library, that utilize selective dissemination of information specific to women to provide access to information and library services. So all these libraries acted on the changing needs of their communities and made efforts to reach the hard-to-reach communities. So these activities demonstrated how libraries facilitate social changes in their communities. These examples are what are lacking in Philippine literature when it comes to librarians and social change. While there may be efforts and stories of individuals and groups of librarians advocating for a cause or conducting storytelling sessions or community outreach activities in disadvantaged communities and remote areas in the country, these are mostly neither formally explored nor documented. This study aims to do that. Document how Filipino librarians lived experiences in being agents and advocates of social change in their own context as librarians or in their organization or institutions or communities, and in the broader scale, know their motivation and intention why they are doing such. There is a National Library of the Philippines publication that is available online on their website, actually, entitled Impact Stories, Public Libraries' Contribution to the Community. And these are stories of various public libraries in the Philippines that have conducted various activities in their libraries, such as storytelling sessions, mobile libraries, libraries as spaces for everyone, young and old, activities to talk about the history of that locality. So while there are stories like this, we still want to know the perspectives of librarians themselves in doing these things. No, what are the librarians' perspectives? You want to understand social change through their lens. It's like looking and understanding it through their own lived experience of social change or being agents of social change. So why this study? No? Well, social change is usually brought about by enormous events or occurrences. Individuals in their own ways and through their profession can contribute to society to make a difference. The intersection of biography and history of C. Wright Mills explicates that while society shapes individuals, the individuals also shape the society, thereby being able to bring about social change. A review of the literature, like what I showed you a while ago, shows that there is a challenge for librarians to respond to social change. While social change may differ now than those in the 1960s or post-war period, the call for librarians remained the same. Go beyond the traditional roles. You can do more for your community, serve the hard to reach, advocate for social causes, fight for access to information equity, and the list goes on. While there are documented stories and experiences of librarians and libraries responding to social changes and being instruments of social change, there are no literature thus far in the Filipino context that the researcher was able to come across with. It is also the hope of this research, that it will have theoretical, societal, and practical contributions. With the changes happening in our communities, librarians must look beyond themselves and their context to be able to contribute to society and the nation. It is around this premise that this study's purpose is to determine. So we want to know how Filipino librarians understand social change through their own their lived experience of doing advocacy work or community activities. So at this point, allow me to share with you briefly two stories of Filipino librarians who wholeheartedly shared their stories in doing activities for the community. What do they think about social change? So as librarians, what are they doing to affect social change? So let us hear it from them. Okay, the first one, of course, this is Melanie Ramirez or Melay or Kwentistang Librarian in Facebook, no? A librarian at the National Library of the Philippines. She is a well-known storyteller in the country, and she has conducted numerous storytelling sessions in NLP in various venues such as parks, streets, and even through Facebook Live, no, during the pandemic. Maybe some of you remember her already or you've attended the storytelling session of Melay. Okay, so here is Melay in her element. I took a screenshot when she was performing a live storytelling session on Facebook. And as you can see, she truly loves what she's doing and she's enjoying it. She's enjoying it a lot. Melay understood social change through her lived experience of doing storytelling in national parks, at the National Library of the Philippines, or in other streets, and FB storytelling, for example. No? So through her interactions with children or those watching her. So when I asked her, Mila, how do you understand social change through that? She told me that the way that she is affecting the children or the people watching her or listening to her doing storytelling sessions. She believes that she's affecting social change through the activities that they do in their everyday work and in their community. So because of what she has done now, because of the storytelling session, she told me that because the stories normally would have moral, their values to be taught. And the children are very much receptive to it, and even the adults are receptive to it. And for Milay, somehow those stories affected those children to do something in their lives or to do better in their lives and do something for the community. So that's what Melay told me. So what was her motivation? She told me that she enjoys what she's doing, the children's reactions or the audience when she's doing storytelling. Like, ay, may ganun pala. Ah, nakakatuwa naman, no? So, and every time children go back to her and listen to her whenever she goes back to that park, no? It gives her that motivation to do this. And because she thinks, of course, she believes as well that doing storytelling sessions will increase the reading interest of children. And I think she's doing that also. So she enjoys what she's doing. She loves what she's doing. Although at first she told me it wasn't that easy, but it has become part of her. So that's the story of Malay. Okay. Our next librarian who wholeheartedly shared his story is Christian George Acevedo. He is an academic librarian and a licensed teacher as well. He, of course, I've known Christian through PLAI, and I got to know him more because of his activities, his advocacies, and through our kwentuhan, through FB and other sources. Christian has published articles and presented international papers too. Okay, so as per Christian, he understood social change through his lived experiences in two ways. First, through his everyday interactions with the clients in the library and ensuring that the librarians in his library are reachable and always has that personal touch in dealing with customers. So for him, the everyday interaction of librarians inside the library are affecting change to the client. So the way we deal with them uh, is making a difference to the lives of these clients. Okay, and another one, through his advocacy work, no, through the book drives he's doing, through storytelling, through learning resource center development, and going to the remote areas in the region, doing development of libraries and heritage work and activities in the community. So as you can see him here, he's truly in his element as well. Christian believes that through these activities, which he believes is somehow part of being a librarian, they are affecting social change in the way clients feel about themselves and how the communities are empowered through the activities that they do. Okay? The motivation and intention behind all these is that he's happy with what he's doing, and it seems that doing such activities again is also part of his being. So it's part of his work, part of his being, and he is truly happy and he is in his element when he's doing those things. Okay, uh so briefly, we now have an idea of how these two librarians understand social change through their lived experience. Through first by their advocacy work or community work, the work that they do, through their everyday interactions with their clients and community. And we know that they are doing these things because they are happy with what they're doing and it's part of their being. Okay. So how about you? Again, I would like to reiterate that this study is a work in progress, and what I have shown you are just portions of the preliminary results that I have gathered. So how about you? Do you have a story to tell? No, magkwentuhan tayo. How do you understand social change with the work that you do? How does your work in the library or in the community contribute to social change? And what is your motivation for doing such? So, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. And again, thank you so much to PLAI for this opportunity and congratulations.
Maraming salamat, Ma'am Rhea. Yes, the social changes affecting societies today can really drive Filipino librarians to be a change agent, as we've seen in the initiatives also that were presented in the previous presentations. This really resonates with our theme for this year's Congress, libraries as catalysts in the new normal environment that changes, reforms, and transformations. So also good to see Melai and Christian in the presentation being proactive. I know there are also librarians out there going beyond the traditional roles. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. And then just a few reminders before we proceed to our participants. Should you have any questions to our speakers, kindly post them in our Zoom Q&A button. Please type in your name, the region, your question, and the name of the speaker to whom your question is addressed to. So we will answer them later during the question and answer portion. And if you have saw a similar question to what has already been posted by our participants in the Q&A button, please upvote that question by clicking on the thumbs up sign so that question can be prioritized. Okay, now let's listen to a presentation from Megatext Philippines Incorporated for De Gruyter, another generous sponsor for this year's Congress. Our next speaker graduated with an MA in Media and Cultural Analysis from Loughborough University, UK. He has been in the publishing industry for over 11 years. and now works as the sales manager for Asia Pacific at De Gruyter. Prior to De Gruyter, he worked with Cambridge University Press and British Medical Journal for 8 years and 3 years, respectively. So during his career in publishing, he has gained experience in the promotion of sales of ebooks, journals, databases across cultures and countries, as well as continually evolving his knowledge of journal and book publishing. So, to talk about From Germany to the World, Shaping Your Library for the Future, let us all welcome Peng Gu.
Thanks, Donna. I just want to make sure if you can hear me and see my slides.
Yes,
Yes,
we
good.
can see
Well,
it.
great, great. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. And actually, first, I have to thank PLAI for organizing such an amazing event. And it's an online event, so I can see all the technical problems that could happen, but everything goes very smooth. And for me, this is actually my first time to attend PLAI, and also my first time to attend this virtual event. So I'm very excited, and I hope everything goes smoothly. And talking about technology, the good thing about technology, especially in this kind of difficult times, that it connects all of us together even more so than ever. And the same with De Gruyter. At De Gruyter, we use all the technologies and advanced technologies to provide you with the best service and products we can to provide you with the convenience. So today, I'm going to show you something that will make your library more future-proof. Well, first, I want to take a few time to introduce you a little bit about our publisher and also some of the content we produce, and then followed by two very important ebook programs that we want to offer to all of you. And then at the end, I want to show you what we have done in these difficult times. Well, established in 1749, our attention to detail and expectations of high quality are part of our more than 270-year-old heritage. Actually, we have more than 10 imprints and partner with over 20 world-renowned publishers. And all of these help us deliver more than 1,300 new titles, 900 journals, and nearly 60 databases. And here I want to emphasize, before I joined De Gruyter, I didn't know that with more than 3,000 titles, De Gruyter, is the largest source of open access books. I mean, OE journals that everyone's heard of. OE books just started a few years ago, and it's quite new to catch up. And during all these 3-day sessions, I've heard a lot of institutions and universities mention about the short budget, tight budget, or decreasing budget. I think with this large amount of OE books that De Gruyter provided, I think you can access all these OE books for free, and that will help your library to ease the pressure a little bit more in these difficult times. From 1749, when we established, to 1945, actually this picture you see on screen is our headquarters shot in 1943. It's quite old, right? But we believe tradition doesn't have to be old-fashioned or stuffy, especially with respect to quality. Well, actually, from tradition to innovation, our very different backgrounds make us have a whole team of talents from all over the world, working together to serve our readers, authors, and other partners. Every single one of us, including me, the one sitting right now in front of you guys, across all 7 regional offices around the world, uses our expertise to contribute to our collective success, to serve you to the best. Ever since 1977, we started a series of key acquisitions in an effort to expand our subject coverage. Architecture, English language and linguistics, engineering, library science, and etc. have increased our publishing strength in these areas. And as for our content at De Gruyter, our massively scholarly content are provided in the forms of books. We have more than 2,000 titles, new books each year, including our partner titles. And we have more than 450 subscription journals each year, and the number is increasing year on year. Plus, we have a considerable number of OA journals at your disposal. And we have nearly 60 online references and databases. And same with our products. Our subject is as wide, as similar, as the same wide and complete as A to Z, covering both humanities and social sciences, as well as science, technology, and medicine. Well, here, just to name a few, our strength lies in business and economics, engineering, IT computer science, medicine and healthcare, education related, Asia studies. And speaking of Asia studies, we did a little bit digging the other day, and we found there are at least more than 100 titles related to Philippine studies alone. And we sent out this list to the market, and we received quite welcoming feedback. So if any of you are interested in the title list that related to Philippine studies, please do contact us at the end of the presentation. We're happy to provide you with the list. And as for library and information science, which is also a topic that was touched on during the entire conference, De Gruyter is not only Germany's foremost library and information science publisher, but also a significant player on the international stage. Why? This is largely down to our long-standing collaboration with IFLA, the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions that every librarians are familiar with. So currently we publish new titles each year in IFLA publication series and additional titles through IFLA series on bibliographic control. And apart from the books, we also have journal packages that focus on our LIS. So once again, if you're interested in any of these title lists, you're welcome to contact us at any time. So quite different from the third-party integrators that a lot of you have heard of, that the benefits of our ebooks are quite unique. We all of our products completely integrated on our own website, and there's no annual maintenance fee. And more importantly, we offer perpetual access. You pay once, you'll own it forever. So perpetual access is the distinct feature of our ebooks, apart from this, to distinguish us from the third-party aggregator. And also, a lot of you might have heard of SCI and SSCI, these kind of citation index that journals are involved in. So any journals that are included in SCI or SSCI are considered to be quite good, distinct. And in book industry, we also have BKCI, the Book Citation Index. So nearly 4,000 titles from De Gruyter are included in BKCI and CPCI. So again, we are happy to provide the list. So now we come to the UPL, the University Press Library. You probably heard a lot of publishers, other publishers also doing the University Press's titles, but how is ours different from others? Let's find out from a video.
University Press Library is a digital library of ebooks for a university press. There are three things that separate UPL from other aggregators: partnership, completeness, and individuality. First, partnership. We do not see ourselves as aggregators, but as partners that have a commercial responsibility to represent our presses in the marketplace. In 2011, we signed.
I just want to check if you can hear the audio from this video.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Our first press, and we met with them to talk about this commercial representation and how it tied to their mission as a university press. The press responded by saying, "It's our core responsibility to make the university proud." And that was quite an ambitious statement. And it's one that resonated with our team. And so when it comes to a digital environment, we want to take that baton. We want to partake in that responsibility to make the university press proud. The second thing that separates us from other aggregators is the individuality. To be honest with you, it would be very easy for us to take a lot of this content and aggregate it together to represent it as larger collections. But we don't think that's fulfilling our duty in partnership with the presses. It's our job to represent them individually. Each press is distinctive in their own way, and it's up to us to represent that uniqueness The third thing that we do is the completeness. We need to have a complete digital record. And I can say unequivocally that we have by far the most complete digital record of any partner or any aggregator in scholarly publishing.
Well, our first consideration is always quality of content. These are top university presses, Harvard, Yale, California, Cornell. We buy a lot of this content anyway, so it makes sense to achieve economy of scale by using end-of-year money to purchase ebook collections. The completeness of the collections also appealed to us. The fact that so few titles are held back compared to selections available from other vendors.
The DeGroote University Press Library is important because it is an infrastructure that serves the needs of both the library and university press communities. It provides a place for libraries to purchase entire ebook collections from mission-driven scholarly publishers and helps university presses connect directly with the library community so that in partnership, they both can honor their respective missions.
Well, the pandemic really underscored for us the need to be digital first. UConn Library will be closed for months with no access to the physical collections, no physical interlibrary loan, and no staff in the buildings to process new physical materials. So how do we continue to supply our researchers with books during that time? For us, the answer was to buy ebooks and to do so at scale, reformatting our existing holdings by purchasing the backlists, but also anticipating user needs going forward through purchase of front list materials. We have a lot of data to support this move, and we look forward to continued partnership with DeGroote.
Absolutely. We are currently not offering services that require access to our physical collections. So it's really important for us right now to be able to communicate with our patrons that we're still here for them, that we are still able to provide them with content, with quality content to prestigious presses, and partnering with DeGroote allows us to do that and send that message out.
Definitely. On March 16th, all of our classes moved from face-to-face to online at the University of Calgary. On March 22nd, the library was closed, so people could no longer enter the library. So for the upcoming year, we are not buying any print monographs. We are only buying digitally, and that's the case for the next 12 months. I can't predict what things will be like in the long term, but in the short term, if digital was important before, it's the only option for us now.
UPL starts have grown since 2014 when we started, and now we have even more prestige presses. And here you can see the list that are the presses from university that feature in Ivy Leagues. And this number of titles are growing year on year. So a lot of the things that I mentioned in the video echoed with what the librarians here talk about all through the conferences and in other parts of the world, which is the inability to access physical copies. And with UPL, we provide the complete front list for each presses, and the same as our other ebook programs, we are offering no DRM, and we are offering perpetual rights. And above all, we understand the difference between each university and institution with the budgeting. We offer different discounts, and we even have the small school pricing for you to consider. And for librarians, we provide useful tools like Mark Record and the comprehensive user reports at regular basis. And another one, ebook program that's very important is the Greater Book Archive. When people hear about archive, they will think about old books, but wait, let's watch a video first, and then we'll talk a little bit more. Well, carefully made by hand. This is what I would like to call it. It's the handmade collection that we offered for all of our 50,000 titles from more than 270 years of publishing. And again, when people talk about archive, they think about old titles. I would like to say a famous quote from a movie called Old But Not Obsolete. So especially in nowadays, many libraries speed up with the shifting from print books to ebooks. And nowadays, it mainly concentrates on buying the new titles in e-format. But also, we see the trend of digitalizing the entire library's print collection to turn it into ebooks. And especially with this pandemic and this difficult time to access any type of physical copies at this moment, it's very important to digitalize the library. And at the GUITR, we offer our almost complete, because the digitalization will be finished before the end of this year. The complete book will be digitalized into ebooks. And same as the other ebook program that we offered, we have perpetual access rights, we have different kind of purchasing models, and we tailor-made everything. So once again, if you are interested in knowing more about both the University Press Library and the digital and the GUITR Book Archive, please do contact us at any time. And what additional offers that we offer at these difficult times? Especially now, we are facing even much more greater challenges than before. And as a publisher, we wanted to do more to our user communities. And for one thing, we are determined to support the global research community in addressing the current health crisis. And to this end, we have made relative book chapters and journal articles, including those from our renowned journals like Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine and Diagnosis, freely accessible on this page. And we'll continue to add more research. So this COVID-19 research free page is located on our homepage of our website. So feel free to check. Everything on there is for free. And another thing is that in the first half of this year, we opened up this free access report, a free access program for ebooks from April to July. It lasts for 4 months. And we open up almost the entire ebook collections from the GUITR to all the applicants, and then free of charge. So when some of you see that and they say, oh, it's too late. Am I too late because I missed that free access program now? Well, yes and no. Yes, you do miss this program, but we also provide this exclusive offer for PLAI attendees. So scan this QR code. Let me move this. Yes. So scan this QR code or go on SurveyMonkey to apply for 3 months free trial access to either of our 80,000 ebook titles or of almost 900 journals free of charge. And for this, you can enjoy DRM-free titles, unlimited access, and also exclusive archive content from 8 prestige university presses. And for journals, we have 450 plus subscription journals, and then the equal amount of OA journals at your disposal. So simply scan this QR code, and then you will enjoy all the access. And we also feel that there are a lot more that we as a publisher can offer you. So if there's any advice or suggestion, especially criticism of our GUITR, anything you want to say to us, please do feel free to write to us to these emails on the bottom right corner. And we are always here to be ready to provide you with our best product and services. And that'll be all for my presentation. And thank you so much for your attention. And please do stay safe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Peng, for a very informative presentation. And also, Megatext Philippines Incorporated invites you to join their virtual meet and greet. That's via Google Meet this Friday. Right, that's tomorrow, no? With meet and greet with the Greuter. There'll be a chance to win amazing prizes. That's from 1 to 2 p.m. And the meeting link will be provided at the chat box and comments section. So again, thank you, Peng, for that presentation. So yes, we just had 4 insightful presentations this morning from our speakers. So I am sure that you have questions in mind, and I'm seeing questions also posted in our Q&A here in Zoom. So again, reminder lang sa ating mga participants, please type your name, region, the question, and the name of the speaker to whom your question is addressed to. So please key in those details in the question and answer button in Zoom, as we will not be entertaining questions in the chat box, okay? So again, if you have similar questions to what has already been posted by our participants, please upvote that question by clicking on the thumbs up sign so that question can be prioritized. Okay, so let's now proceed to the Q&A. All right, so hello to our speakers. I hope you're all good.
Hello, Donna. We're all good.
Hello.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so
Yes.
we'll now start with the question and answer portion. Okay. So let's first, we have an upvote of question here, no? Ang daming nagtatanong ng this particular question. This one from Dr. Ermelina Bardillas from Region 10. All right. And I think this question would be for Ma'am Sharon. No? It says here, hi, ma'am.
Hi, Donna. Good morning.
Hello. Yes, good morning. Ma'am, this question, if we are going to put a counseling area in the library, would not be duplicate the services of the guidance services office of the school? So that was her question. And there's 22 votes.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bardillas.
Mhm.
Hello, kumusta po kayo sa Region 10? I would say no, it's not a duplication. It's actually more on decentralization. We are coordinating with our own guidance and counseling office here in UP. They have limited staff. I think for the whole university, they only have 5 counselors. That's why, in our case, the appointment is scheduled. No, they are not there the whole day, and they're not there the whole week. It's scheduled. So instead of having the counseling inside the OCG office, in their office, they go to the colleges so that they would be bringing in their office closer to the students. Actually, the more important one, bakit kailangan i-decentralize, is may stigma kasi ang mga students. Siyempre, kung may mental health issue ka, hindi mo na dadagdagan, di ba? Pagpasok pa lang minsan sa isang guidance office, kaagad may stigma na yung estudyante yan. Kasi there's always this notion na pagpapasok ka sa guidance office, it's either may pagkakamali ka, may nagawa kang hindi maganda, or siraulo ka, etc. It's still a taboo issue sometimes, no? So, ayaw mong ganon, madagdagan pa yung stress ng bata. That's why, kasi ang structure namin sa UP, kanya-kanyang building, tama? Okay. The student, for example, the engineering student in our case, do not have to go to the other building anymore. But immediately, makakapag-seek siya ng refuge doon sa sarili niyang building and remain unidentified. That is why doon sa library namin or papasok ka sa swell, we discourage yung tayo sa library mahilig tayo pagpapasok sa library sinusulat mo ko yung pangalan mo, 'di ba? Ano yung registration, okay? Diniscourage yon because I think students would not want to be identified na siraulo sila o kaya may diferensya sila pagpapasok sila sa room na yon. That alone, tinanggalan natin yung discrimination na yon. Okay. So, no, we are not duplicating it, pero dine-decentralize at nilolocalize po natin.
Alright, okay. So, decentralization. So, yun po. Okay, so I hope that answered the question, Dr. Ermelina. Okay. Now, we also have another, I think, in connection also to that, no? This is from Dr. Danilo Bailen, no? Region 6. For the first speaker, no? He says here, I believe that libraries can be a place to support student wellness, especially in the support for their academic success, right? Given the concept or the model you presented, could you address the scalability of this idea for diverse library structures? Say, for example, the size, the mission, is it public, academic, or special, and the available partners. Would this be feasible for libraries or just limited to those with bigger budget and access to substantive resources?
I actually expected this kind of question. No? Sabi ko, nako, may nagtatanong ng budget. Well, ganito yon, Dana. In terms of scalability, I think I wouldn't be able to answer that properly now because we need, I think, a scientific study or at least metrics to measure the success of the facility. No? At saka bago pa. Kaya in my presentation, I recommended some research areas in the future. No? Maganda sa mga nagtitisis dyan, wala pa kayong idea. Pwedeng i-adapt ninyo, i-consider ninyo later on yung mga sinuggest kong area for research in the future. Well, what I have presented is a framework. So whether you're a special library, academic library, or big or small library, I think I presented the elements, the considerations to put up a swell facility. Well, of course, you must have to enjoy the support of the administration. That's very important. The other important is you have to involve other stakeholders, like your alumni, like student organizations. And more importantly, you have to involve the health, the services of health professional. Kasi may intervention tayo dito na therapy, counseling, hindi naman natin trabaho yon as librarians. Okay. Yeah. So that one. And another thing is, kaya kailangan ng physical na lugar. Because what we are addressing is their mental state of health when they are in school. Diba? Yun lang naman yung ina-address natin. Sa bahay, syempre, gawain naman yun ni tatay at ni nanay. Pero pagdating sa school, saan ba sila pwedeng maglagi? Saan sila pwedeng mag-stay? For example, sa UP ngayon, dinidiscourage nilang mga tambayan. So, saan pa sila pwedeng magmukmok, ubiyak? You know? So that's why the library is offering it as a refuge. Pwede silang mag-deload, mag-distress. Imagine mo, galing ka sa isang klase, napagalitan ka ni teacher, masama ang loob mo kasi mababang score mo sa exam. And then, alam mong meron kang another exam sa susunod na class mo. In between those two exams, at least man lang, meron silang pupuntahan where they could be stressed. And I think that's already a big contribution of the library for these kinds of students.
Yes, definitely for student wellness and all. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that one. Next Yeah, next we have a question from Ma'am Rhea Apolinario, but walang name. But this is from NCR, no? So here, based on the current stories or correspondence you have gathered so far, no, for your study, have you noticed a trend in the types of services or programs that these librarians have offered or advocated? Are there certain okay, are there certain social needs, situations, or advocacies that local librarians have not yet responded to, or would you encourage more librarians to give attention to or support? Uh, Looking forward daw siya to the complete study. Very inspiring daw to librarians.
Hello. Thank you so much, anonymous attendee. Okay. Maraming salamat. Okay, so far, alam mo, ano ba yung trend na nakikita ko? Ang nakikita ko talaga doon yung parang mga nag-involve sila sa kanilang mga, of course, meron tayong parang yung mga daily interactions ng mga librarians sa kanilang kliyente inside the library. Kasi parang naniniwala sila na, our daily interactions with our users are actually parang roads to affecting change. Kasi nga, di ba, the way we interact with people. So, merong yon, no? Yung mga daily social interactions. Tapos, ang madalas, yung meron talagang mga community engagements, no? Yung mga advocacies. Kasi kahit nasabihin natin, di ba, sometimes we say, public librarian yan. Talaga namang may advocacy work. Pero di ba, parang doon nga rin talaga kailangang lumabas ng mga public librarians. Lalo na ngayon, di ba, ang mga libraries kasi closed, no? Hindi naman tayo maka-open. So, parang ang lumalabas, yung trend ay yung mga librarians na mayroong mga community engagements, yung may mga advocacies, yun talaga yung nakikita ko, no? So far yun. Pwede nyo sabihin, paano pag sa special library? Paano naman pag sa school library? So pag sa special library, depende rin kasi even if they're working in a special library, parang they have certain advocacies related to, no, their current work as a special librarian. So may ganun din kasi meron naman yung mga CSR, no? So yun, it's a kind of advocacy work. And I think kasi yung trabaho din natin as librarians, parang di ba are intrinsically geared towards helping societal, parang through societal developments and contributions. So yun yung mga nakikita kong trend so far. So yun, maraming salamat sa nagtanong. Excited din ako. Thank you, anonymous attendee.
Attendee. Yes,
Mm-mm.
anonymous. Or from NCR naman po.
Hello.
All right. Okay,
Hi.
just going back lang then, I have a question from one of our sponsors here. This one is addressed to Peng. Hi. The question is from Region 4A, and the question was, what copyright year of books
Yeah.
did your library start to digitize and include in the archive?
Yes, I just actually, funny enough, I just sent a reply to that.
Oh, really? All right.
Yes,
Okay.
but doesn't matter. I want to make something. Yes, the digital archive actually it varies because just now I mentioned there were like 50,000 titles, and actually it dates really back because we established in 1749. So I would assume that the earliest would be in the 18th centuries. So as early as that, but not all titles are that old. So it's called digital archive, but a lot of titles will probably be in recent years. So if you would like to know the detail, the copyright year, my email address was, because I sent out message publicly, so you can see my email address there. Welcome to write to me, and I'll be happy to provide the list.
All right. Thank you, Peng.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I move on to Sir Jeffrey.
Yes, Don.
We have a question here regarding Urkun. How is the data of the documents checked or handled po? Yun yung question. This is from NCR, Our Lady of the Angel Seminary from Archimedes Oida.
Yeah, similar to Sir Peng, I also replied to that Q&A, but I'll answer for the general public's information.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the major concern is security of your document when you are submitting to a software as a service. So in Orcon, similar to PlagScan, it is governed by the GDPR, the protection of document rights, and you need to upload the document for the service to work. Otherwise, there's no way for the service to check. But when you submit it, it goes to their server and the results are returned to the end user, to the platform. And definitely the access to that document is not leaked in any way to third party. And the information in the document shall also not be used for mining data of personal information. So PII, personal identifying information. So those will not be taken. It's just a means of, it's just a requirement for the document to submit it for it to be analyzed by an algorithm. But of course, the security for the document remains. So there is no concern with regards to the security of your submitted document pertaining to your intellectual property.
All right. So thank you. I think a lot of our participants also was able to get to know more about that one kahit na nasagot nyo na siya, no? Pala.
Yes, yes.
All right. Well, we have another question here, no? This is from Sir Rene. Um, is this changing? Although this was not addressed, no, walang sinabi kung kanino i-address to, but the question here is this changing or expanding job responsibilities expected to us librarians and library staff could also lead to their mental stress, like role ambiguity or role overload, no?
I think Donna, Rene is addressing that question to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano ba ako, Rene?
Because connected to wellness and all.
To begin with, no, huwag na nating dagdagan ang load ng librarian. Okay? Kasi as it is now, overload na tayo di ba? Nagmumultitasking na tayo, etc. etc. The most is, kung may i-assign kang bago sa isang staff, mag-deload ka ng iba para balance pa rin. But in my presentation, I didn't say that we are going to assume the role of a social worker or a psychologist or a counselor. Hindi tayo pwedeng magganon kasi licensed practice din yung mga yan. Same as, hindi din nila gawin pwede yung ginagawa natin as librarian kasi professional work din ito. No? I cited the case of other wellness facilities abroad, no, where they engage the professional services of social workers to address the behavioral problems of students, no. Kaya nga sabi ko, yung ibang facilities abroad, nag-hire sila ng mga social workers para hindi na magiging i-assume na role yon ng isang librarian. Unless na lang yung librarian na yon ay capable. Halimbawa ako. Gamitin ko na example ko kasi ang undergraduate ko social worker. Baka naman licensed ako to handle some of the cases, no? But if you are not, I suggest that we do not assume that role. Give that to the professional counselors, give that to professional psychology. In our case, that is the reason why we engage other professional groups. Dahil hindi natin dapat pagpapanggapan na gawin ang isang bagay na hindi naman para sa atin. So, why not hire if you have additional or deload some? Kasi yung na-assign sa amin na librarian to man the facility, hindi naman siya nagka-counseling, hindi naman siya ibang gumagawa nun. Pero supervising the day-to-day management, facilitating the activities, siya yung point person doon, siya yung magre-refer. For example, may estudyanteng darating and kailangan niya ng psychologist or counselor. Then, ang trabaho ng librarian is to call the offices of the OCG or PsychServe to refer the student to them or call the psychologist or counselor, pumunta po kayo dito ngayon kasi may estudyante may kailangan. Yun yung role ng librarian. So, Rene, huwag kang mag-alala. Hindi natin dagdagan ang marami pa nating trabaho. So, yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ay, Donna, sorry. Pwede bang sumingit?
Sure. Go
Hindi
ahead,
ko naman
ma'am.
topic. No,
Go
pero
ahead.
tama. Oo, kahit hindi naman sa akin naka-address yung tanong. Pero siguro nga rin, Kuya Rene, parang this is just my thought about it. No, kasi nga nag-iiba rin yung needs ng ating mga users . 'Diba? Nag-iiba yung mga pangangailangan nila. And given that, for example, it's an academic library, the College of Engineering has the biggest, one of the biggest colleges in UP. And siguro it's just responding to that changing needs of the students. Kasi nga alam din naman natin sa lahat ng kolehiyo, 'di ba, nagiging problema ang mental and psychosocial health ng mga bata. And given that particular need, hindi lang libraries yung dapat mag-respond even yung mga kolehiyo, 'di ba? So parang ano lang yun it's really taking our cues from our clients, 'di ba? They need that, then let's address it because it also has effect in their learning and development, 'di ba? So parang yun lang din yung yung thoughts ko about it. We're just responding to their needs also.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. In connection also to that, no, kasi nabanggit nga natin with that earlier question na yung wellness, pwede rin kasi talagang maapektuhan if we have a lot of things that we're doing and all. We have a question here from Miss Irene. Okay, so let me just I'd like to commend, this is from Miss Irene Sia of UPCMC Diliman. I'd like to commend Miss Sharon for her initiative to come up with such a wonderful wellness facility for students. Now, her question is, do you have continuous wellness programs or activities naman for the library staff in dealing or handling students with academic pressures?
Dalawang bagay po. We encourage our staff, not just the librarian in charge, to attend seminars, workshops, and orientations that promotes mental health. Kasi hindi lang naman yung staff yung kailangan nun, but I think it's the overall community that needs awareness on this aspect so that we'll be able to respond appropriately. No? Wala kaming program, but the workshops or the discussions or yung mga orientations na binibigay ng non-government organization, that's part of the committee, we can sign up, we can attend those orientations. Hindi lang to limited for students. In fact, open to sa buong UP Diliman, and other faculty members, employees, admin, and staff, especially students, signed up for the free seminars. No? So, sagutin ko na rin isang tanong dito na, I think it's from Ralyn. Hi Ralyn, kumusta ka na? Exclusive daw ba para sa engineering yung swell? Okay. Yes and no. Okay. No, kasi yung area na rest area or yung catnap area nila, ganyan. Sabi nga ni Ma'am Rhea, I think we have the biggest student population in the whole UP, even bigger than the whole UP Diliman. No? The 70 square meter could only accommodate much. No? Hindi namin pwedeng accommodate lahat. So I think that area, that is an exclusive area for the College of Engineering. But for every Monday kasi that's converted to an activity area. We have human library talks, we have workshops. Ayun, anybody, no? Galing ka man sa architecture, sa law, sa library science, or galing sa admin, welcome kayong umattend dun sa mga open talks. Also, for the counseling room, ina-accommodate ng mga psychologists and counselors, anybody from UP Diliman. Hindi ito exclusive for the College of Engineering. So, naging venue din kami, naging parang branch ng ibang offices like the OCG and the PsychServe. So, they can handle cases, not necessarily students from the college, in that facility.
Okay. So, thank you, ma'am. Ito po, kailangan itanong ko to sa inyo kasi 15 ang upvote nito.
I could no longer cope up with that. I will answer you later on. No? Yung iba pwedeng actually I'm also receiving many queries from...
Oo nga, ma'am. No, you have...
I think they don't want to go public. That's okay. Understandable ko yun. So I will just answer you one by one after probably this morning.
Yes, but this particular question is from the NIRLC Dumaguete. This is from Miss Sarah Angela Ragay. The question was, would you recommend to have a virtual freedom wall for students to vent or air out or just freely speak up on what's on their mind? And what would be your suggestion of how would we address them with that regard?
Okay. Freedom wall is not absolute free. Okay? It's not an absolute freedom. Okay? I'm sure may purpose bakit kayo naglagay ng freedom wall. Okay? To vent out. Ganyan. Pero ibig bang sabihin nun, you can say anything, kahit pagmumura na ng estudyante, pwede mang ilagay doon. I think the answer is, there has to be a guideline that will govern kung ano yung mga pwedeng ilagay. Facebook as a social media platform has its own guidelines. No? May censorship din yan. So, lalo na yon if it is located inside the campus na makikita ng iba pang mga estudyante. No? So, example lang, pwedeng gawin natin isa sa mga guidelines or criteria ay it should encourage positivity. Okay? Yung mga makaka-inspire dun sa maraming pinagdadaanan. Examples would be, it's okay to not be okay. Diba? O kaya, you are not alone in this world. Mga ganong tipo. Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep the balance, you keep on moving. Ganon. So, sana mas encouraging, mas inspirational quote yung mga ilalagay. I think that one, makakatulong kasi visual ang tao ngayon. Pag makikita nila something visual, that helps them, no? Emotionally. Pero kung makikita nila ay negative, nagmumura, or di ata maganda, that would even make their case worse. Diba? Kung ikaw, as human being, makakakita ka ng mga ganon, baka lalo kang ma-depress dahil lalong lalaki anxiety mo. So, I think yung guidelines dapat ng school is to include positivity, to encourage and inspire other people.
Yes, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Now, going back to Ma'am Rhea, we have a question here from an anonymous, ang dami nating anonymous attendee. But this one from Region 6, no? Sabi niya dito, becoming or being agents of change is a common refrain, no, among political activists. So I'm curious about your preliminary data collection. Are you finding alignment or connection to the themes of the lived experience of your respondents to those who are considered as activista based on their political science literature?
Okay, so we have to clarify, 'di ba? Ano ba yung aktivista na 'yan or yung activism muna, no? Pero I think if you mean being activist, yung tipong talagang gumagawa ka ng paraan to reach the unreached and help those in the marginalized sectors of our community. Yes, parang ganun yung lumalabas, no? Pero I think so far it's too early to tell. And like what I've mentioned a while ago and like what I answered a while ago, yung themes pa lang na lumalabas doon sa aking study ay yung mga librarians doing community work and advocacies. No? So don't worry po, kapag medyo natapos ko na yan, ipe-present ko ulit yan sa PLAI Congress at isi-share ko po yung mga lived experience ng librarians with regards to social change.
Okay, yes. Oo nga naman. So, antayin po natin, no? May second part pa po ito.
Papatikim pa lang po yung kay Christian at kay kay Melay, yes.
Umpisa pa lang. Okay, so let's wait for it. Okay, so next we have a question here. I think I'll go back to Ma'am Sharon, no? Kasi sabi dito ni Gina Galbo from Region 7, how did you convince the UP administrators regarding your very commendable swell facility?
Okay. We didn't do any convincing act in the first. Yes. Kagaya ng sabi ni Ma'am Rhea, may pinagmumulan to. There was a basis why we came up with this one. No? There was a prevalent case, some cases at the College of Engineering of students having mental health problems. According to statistics, pinakamarami ang nagsisik ng counseling from the College of Engineering. Hindi ko alam kung dahil napakahirap ba talaga ang subject ng engineering or mahirap magturo ang mga faculty sa engineering, no? That is why yung dati naming Chancellor Mike Tan, naging ano na to, isa sa mga mandate niya, isa sa mga vision niya to address the mental health, the arising mental health problems of our students, not just the College of Engineering. But how do you do this? We can't do this on a large scale, yung buong campus. Probably, logistically, baka hindi kaya ng UP Diliman yon. So I think what they did is to decentralize. Bahala kanya-kanyang dean na yan. Kanya-kanyang palo na ng mga administrators yan. In our case, dahil kami nga yung may pinakamaraming cases, there were even attempted suicides, successful and not successful. So that was quite alarming. That is why we came to, naggrupo-grupo, yung mga alumni, the administrator, they involved the library. Kasi na-recognize nung college yung importance ng library. And okay, that started it all. May need, may crying need to address the mental health problems of the students. Kaya there was no convincing act to do. No. It actually, well, the plan emanated from them. Of course, it was anchored through the vision of the chancellor. Pero ang basis talaga kasi ay may mga prevailing cases. Mm-hmm. I think yun yung malaking factor kung bakit kami nagkaroon ng isang swell facility. Marami kaming cases ng mga estudyanteng nakakaranas ng depression, anxiety, and stress. So that's just one way to address the problem. Hindi ko sinasabing ito na yung buong solusyon ng problem nila. But as I mentioned in my presentation, this is just one of the many interventions that we came up with. To put up as well facility for these students.
Yes, okay. So ang ganda rin po na naging collaborative effort siya talaga, no?
Ay, oo. You cannot do this alone.
Yes. That's very important, yes. No?
And I would like to highlight the role of the alumni. Mm-hmm. Okay? Importante po ang mga alumni natin. This is the time that you need to mobilize them for their support. No? For their support. Kasi it's one project na gustong-gusto nilang makatulong, I think, and tangible. Alam niyo yung mga donors minsan, gusto nilang mag-donate. Pero ang gusto nila yung nakikita nila. Okay?
Yes.
So, probably pwede ninyong pag-isipan na, oo nga, no? Pwede namin lapitan yung mga alumni kasi eto, makikita nila.
Okay, yes. So, ang ganda po ng gano'n, no? The community coming together for a common goal, no? And for all of for the wellness of the student, anything that we need, no, during these trying times. So, sabi dito, we have a question from Erwin Lagustan to all speakers. Can you cite some descriptions of a traditional librarian? This is to clarify matters if we are working traditionally still or are we responding to the changing times?
Okay, mauna na ako, Ma'am Rhea.
Sige po, Ma'am Sha.
Sige, i-align ko yung sasabihin kong description doon sa talk ko. Ang masasabi ko lang is, sa panahon ngayon, bawal nang maging masungit. Huwag na nating pagalitan yung mga estudyante na late mag-submit, mag-return o magsauli ng libro. Huwag na natin silang pagalitan pag nag-iingay sila sa library. There are better approaches to do this, especially now. Yun ang traditional librarian para sa akin. hindi tayo accommodating, hindi tayo kind. Masungit tayo. And I think isa yan sa mga binubura natin sa profession natin. No? I think sa panahon na to, bawal nang maging masungit. Sorry ha, hindi physical yung description ko. It's overall. Ma'am Rhea, go ahead.
Sige po, thank you Ate Sha. Okay, doon po sa nagtanong ng tanong na yan, no? Ano ba ang traditional librarian para sa'yo? Is there such a thing? Well, if you are referring to librarians, wearing those Miss Tapia type eyeglasses, nagshushu, yung nasa kwarto lang, 'di ba? Meron talaga tayong mga ganon. Minsan hindi mo maiwasan kasi it's just personality, diba? I mean, you're wearing eyeglasses. Not only librarians are wearing eyeglasses. Diba? Almost all professionals are wearing eyeglasses. So that's just a misconception. Yung pagiging masungit, yes, narami lang talaga natin yan naririnig. Pero diba, librarian lang ba ang masungit? 'Di ba? Lahat ng mga halos service professions, ang dami namang masungit sa government offices, 'di ba? And going back, no, meron tayong ang mga librarians, we have the National Competency Based Standards, 'di ba? Published by the Professional Regulatory Board for Librarians. At nakalagay doon kung ano ang dapat nating itaglay na mga competencies, 'di ba? So we have professional and personal competencies. May bagong pag-aaral si Ma'am Wayna Santos ng SLIS na aside from the traditional skills na kailangan ng librarian, yung cataloging, ganyan, kailangan meron ka ring marketing skills, advocacy skills, at magaling ka ring magsalita, no, which is actually a part of professional competencies, diba? So, hindi naman I think we are just really responding to the changing needs. We are adapting to the changing needs of our community, of our clients, such that we will become more relevant. Especially now during this time of pandemic, di ba, we have to parang I don't want to use this, pero yung parang thinking out of the box because the way we do work now is different, no? Very different than the way we do work before. So we have as well facilities, di ba? May mga librarians talaga doing advocacy work and community work. So we are just really responding to that call, no? Of our profession, of being contributors to societal development and national development. Yun.
Yes.
Galing ko ng eyeglasses ko.
Ate Sha, okay lang yan. Meron din po ako dito.
Okay.
Well,
yes.
Can I just add something? Well, I think the time defines what tradition means. Probably, like in old times, the traditional librarians, the flipping through the catalog cards, opening the drawers, and nowadays is the computer thing. Probably in the future, when we talk about traditional librarians, we think, oh, ebooks is very traditional, but nowadays it's not. So actually, the times and also the local community define that, because in some countries, what the librarians do is to provide an open place for all the patrons to come, and also they provide guidance for researchers when it comes to selecting the right journals to submit articles, stuff like that. But in some other regions, it was different. I think for me, the librarians, there was no like traditional or modern librarian. Librarian have to embrace, like what the previous speaker said, have to embrace what is now, what is best for the patrons, what is best for the whole communities. And that's my comment. Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's great. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for that one, Peng, and for answering also. So I think, I hope Erwin, no? Siya yung nagtanong sa atin regarding that one. So I hope they answered, no, your question. And siguro in addition to that one, no, I'm searching, no, merong isang nag-comment kasi which is very very appropriate. So, sabi dito ni Jolo Van Clyde Abatayo, no, sabi niya, librarians should embrace disruptions and changes. That's why it's very important to reinvent, innovate, and experiment just to address the changing information needs of the clients. No? So, ano na lang yun, saloobin niya, no, na shinare sa atin this morning. Okay, let's go over. Let's see what we have here. We have one here. I think this is for Peng, no? All right, where? Okay, so can we get the Greuter Asia Pacific as sponsor also for our Library Association events. Ito pala yun.
Well, one thing I'm very sure of is that we want to provide as much support and possible to the local communities. And also, I am also controlled by the budgeting that above me. So for this, I have to consult with my, my relative colleagues to see what we can do. But always, any suggestions, any advices are welcomed. Now, we would love to hear your voices. So please do write to us for any possible things that you would like us to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that one. Uh, I think we have a lot of sharing no this morning. And really thank you no to our speakers. Maraming salamat sa inyong oras this morning for sharing your expertise, your time with us, and for being really game no in answering all the questions this morning. Thank you so much. And yes, I think that concludes no for our open forum this morning. I hope that all of our participants learned a lot this morning session. Once again, thank you so much to all our speakers. No, maraming salamat. Now, we'll be awarding no certificates of appreciation to our distinguished speakers. So let me read the certificate. No. Okay. The Philippine Librarians Association, Incorporated, in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines, awards this certificate of appreciation to Sharon Maria Esposo Betan, Jeffrey Mirania, Rhea Rowena Apolinario, and Pengu for being a resource speaker during the PLAI National Congress 2020 and General Assembly with the theme Libraries as Catalyst in the New Normal Environment, Changes, Reforms, Transformations, held online on 24 to 27 November 2020, given this 26th day of November 2020, signed by the Executive Vice President Elisa V. Garcia and PLAI President Emma M. Ray. So thank you so much, Ma'am Sharon, Ma'am Rhea, Sir Jeffrey, and Peng. We truly learned so much from all of your presentations this morning. Maraming salamat po. And there you go. That was a great discussion with our first set of speakers, no? Now, at this point, we'll have a 10-minute break to give you time to relax and quickly do some of your personal stuff para ready tayo pagbalik natin with the next set of speakers. And also, during the break, we will be displaying the winners of yesterday's raffle. Alam kong inaabangan ninyo itong part na to. Okay, so we'll be displaying that also. Now, we'll see you again in 10 minutes. We'll have a break. Thank you. The Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated, in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services, and the National Library of the Philippines, would like to thank the following generous sponsors of this PLAI Online Congress 2020. Platinum sponsors: McGraw-Hill, Ex Libris Asia Pacific Private Limited, and CNE Adaptive Learning Solutions. Gold sponsors: Electronic Information Solutions Incorporated, Megatext Philippines Incorporated for De Gruyter, and Oxford University Press. Silver sponsors: Airbooks Corporation, Family Search, Megatext Philippines Incorporated for Wiley, Bloomsbury, and World Signet, Philsoft Technologies Group Incorporated, and First and Finest Technology Corporation. Bronze sponsors: Weissman's Books Trading Incorporated, Taylor and Francis, LiveTech Source Philippines Incorporated, and Phoenix Educational Service Incorporated. Thank you for your support. Welcome back to the third day of the first ever online PLAI Congress. So, syempre, we have a record high of 2,000 plus participants here in the Philippines and across the globe, no? I am now seeing in the chat box, we have participants from UAE, from Thailand. So, hello po, kamusta po kayo? We are also live via the PLAI YouTube. So don't forget to subscribe to our official channel. Magandang umaga po muli sa inyong lahat. Now, before we proceed again to the next set of presentations, just a reminder to our participants, should you have questions to any of them, please use the Zoom Q&A button. Please type in your name, region, question, and the name of the speaker to whom your question is addressed to. Don't worry, we'll try to answer them later live during the question and answer portion, or if our speakers have the time, they can also respond to your questions in the question and answer button. Okay, so let's continue with the plenary session with resource persons, this time coming from different LIS associations. The next speakers are from the Philippine Association of Academic Research Librarians, PAARL. Please allow me to introduce them. The first speaker is the Assistant Director for Operations at the Atheneo de Manila University Rizal Library. She is a graduate of Computer Engineering from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines and completed her Master's in Library and Information Studies from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. As Assistant Director, she leads the Operations Cluster in providing innovative library services. She has been involved in several major library projects on digitization and preservation. Her study focuses on improving and redefining the accessibility of digital resources, and she is passionate about maximizing the use of technology for the advancement of the library. Please let us welcome Ma'am Engracia Dea Santos. Hi, ma'am. Okay, with her is the Director of Library Services at Adamson University. She finished her Bachelor of Science in Education in Library Science at Baliwag University and Master of Education in Library Science at the Philippine Normal University. Currently, she is taking up Doctor of Philosophy in Education, major in Educational Leadership at Adamson University. As the head of the department, she represents the library in various consortia, such as the South Manila Educational Consortium, the Consortium of Engineering Libraries in the Philippines, Catholic Educational Association of the Philippines, and PAARLNet. She has authored and co-authored research papers on the improvement and development of library programs and activities. In addition, she conducts trainings on e-resources, bibliography, and use of reference manager tools to faculty and students. Now, please also welcome Ms. Judilyn S. Bundok. Let us listen as they talk about turning challenges into opportunities, how libraries support online education.
Hi, Donna. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Miss Judilyn will be starting our presentation.
For us to present, sorry. It was a pleasure for us to present since today's 2020 PLAI Online Congress. On behalf of PAAR and the PAAR Board 2020, I, together with Ms. Dea, will be talking about turning challenges into opportunities, how library supports online education. So how we will going to share our personal experience with Adamson University Library and Rizal Library of Atheneo de Manila University. As we know that this new normal brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic requires library administrators and library staff to rethink or re-engineer what they are doing now or what we are doing now to provide the best resources and services to meet our users' needs. In this session, the essential roles of librarians and library staff will be discussed, what will be the library position during this crisis, and illustrate the new challenges that the pandemic has posed to its online services. This presentation will also highlight how the library has adopted some existing services into the digital or online format and explored new practices to support the university's online education. So I will be sharing the Adamson University Library experience. As anchor with our visions that the Adamson University Library services to provide inviting dynamic learning environment and services that support the teaching, literacy, and lifelong learning. The library is no longer a physical space to study and for circulation of materials. It provides other services such as information literacy, training, the online resources and databases, and a place for quiet reflection, and more importantly, the collaborative work. So licensed professionals and computer-savvy librarians and library staff are ready to assist our users. Our missions in the libraries was anchored to the mission of the university, which serves as catalyst of social transformation to provide a quality service to empower others to become the agent of change. So let's meet our full of course, I have here with me the 21 librarians and library staff of Adamson University, committed, competent, and skilled librarian ready to assist our users. So the libraries in times of pandemic, of course, as early as 2020, the COVID-19 or the coronavirus outbreak had a global impact. Many or all institutions are closed. The school, student services, and yes, the libraries. In the present scenario, we do have this overwhelming effect on the workplace and our lives. The library was closed. To protect our users and of course the library staff from spreading the virus or this kind of pandemic that we have. And then we do have the library staff work at home. So library staff being creative, resourceful. In these most trying times, we see the library staff reaching out to support and share information even at home. So some of our library services through email, social media, and other online platform. The university, of course, have this online flexible learning or the flexible learning program which compose of the synchronous and asynchronous classes or modes of teaching. So the library also adopted this online flexible learning through our online flexible library services, wherein we deliver the synchronous and then asynchronous modes of services. So then, of course, we are affected by the suspended of the library services like the face-to-face interaction, circulation services, the reference services. Use of the physical space is not allowed at this moment, especially with the facilities and equipment and our printed materials inside the library. So that is the present scenario that we have here at Adamson University. So what will be the challenge for librarians and library staff? Of course, around the globe, librarians and library staff are facing different challenges, which services to offer and how to handle this situation of lockdown, community quarantine, and the library closure. Before we offer or provide library services, we do have to assess what our community needs. What will be the capabilities of our libraries in terms of infrastructures, in terms of technologies, and of course, what are the skills that the librarians and libraries have? The second one will be libraries are affected due to community quarantine, and it is affecting the whole community of researchers, students, teachers, and etc. How are we going to respond to the needs of our users? How are we going to support their scholarly endeavor, the library? The third one will be librarians and library staff can serve the user in need of information through the digital or online format. We, as a librarian or library staff, we can act as information disseminator and organizer of knowledge to provide e-contents, e-resources, e-books, e-journals to our users. And of course, we have to commit ourselves to the customer service even at home or at distance learning. And the last one will be, it is in human nature to feel from this new normal to be stressed or confused during a crisis. For librarians and library staff, the biggest challenge is to cope up with these conditions during this community quarantine and engage the whole community or academic community in a healthy environment. We felt the impact of the pandemic. Not all of us are ready, especially with in terms of infrastructure that we have in the library or the equipment that we have in the library, because not all library have the same capability. And it is crucial, very crucial for us librarians and library staff to think, how are we going to operate? What services we can offer to our community and our resources. It was a big challenge for us, especially if we don't have the electronic resources, if we don't have the digital capability, and we have to think ways of how are we going to provide service to our community or academic community, especially with our library users, with a minimal budget that we have also. So how the librarians and library staff and libraries are responding to the challenge? Of course, first, we do have to follow the guidelines and protocols issued by the government or the IATF, wherein we cannot operate. The library building was closed to the public during this time of pandemic. But of course, even the building, the library building is closed, our services is open and continuous. I'm sorry. So this one is we provide resources and services has always been the focus of the libraries and library staff. Even the pandemic cannot stop us from doing our part as a member of the academe or the academic community. So we do have to innovate, rethink of ways of how are we going to give our service to our community. So libraries and library staff are rising to the challenge. They demonstrating the strength, dedication, resourcefulness, and the essential role they play during this time of pandemic needs. Have we remembered the fifth law of the library science by Ranganathan? A library is a growing organism. The library should be a dynamic institution. It should never be a static or stagnant. The resources and methods of delivery should be updated over time. We should not be confined with the traditional one of doing our service. We have to innovate ourselves or rethink ways on how are we going to serve our community users. And of course, the library staff had focused their already strong communication and advocacy to ensure continuous services and access to information for library clientele. We have to navigate ourselves. We have to engage ourselves. We should not wait for our clientele to come to reach us, to reach out them. We have to reach them out. We should feel that we should let them feel that we are here for them, that we are relevant in the academic community. Because of course, the library is not always the essential part or the essentials in the community, but we have to be there for them. We have to give them the best service that we can have in the library to help them also in their online education. Something old, something new that we have. Of course, we do have to revisit our work process. We do create the library map up plan. So the library staff has shifting schedule. First batch of library staff will report this month. The next batch will report the following month. And we do also have the work plan that we have in the library. So we change and adapt in the current situation and of course the lives of our library users. We do have the library operations, the library services. We create the online flexible library services. Later on, I will just give a preview of the online services that we have here. And then, of course, the on-site and work from home schedules. As of today, we report at the Adamson University Library 4 days a week, and we do have 1 day for work from home. Previously, we do have 3 days on-site work and 2 days work from home schedule. And then on December, we're going to full blast for the on-site work 5 days a week. So that's how the library operates itself. So how are we going to turn challenges to opportunities? First, of course, the leadership. You have to talk with your school administrators. You have to be visible in the academic community as a leader or as a head of the department. Strong leadership needed in order to make things happen. We have to be proactive. We have to be responsible regardless of the current situations. It is important that the library leader should do something, make a strategic plan, collaborate with the team to discuss the plan and action, especially in this new normal. So I do created this one, the ADU care, because Adamson is ADU. So we have to anticipate, delegate, unite, collaborate, and cooperate, be accountable, resilient, and engaged. Anticipate, you have to be proactive. It is a key characteristic of a successful librarian when change occurs. Delegate, we have to be there. We have the responsible, competent, creative, committed library staff with us to help us in the executions of plans and programs of the libraries. So I do have here the different committees of the library. They have the National Book Week Committee. We have the Marketing and Promotion Committee. We have the Documentation Committee and others. So they help me execute all the plans and programs of the libraries. And I thank my team for that wonderful job that they have done with the library. So we do have to unite also. We work as one with one direction to achieve our goal, to collaborate and cooperate with one another. That's the key. You have to be accountable to meet the demands and challenges, the success of the organizations. Of course, you have to plan, set up the direction of the plan that you have. Being resilient, ready to adapt to change, and reacting positively to change. We have to ensure that it works to the library advantage, that we should become the agent of change. And of course, engage, we have to communicate. We have to promote our services. We have to encourage everyone in the academic community to use the library and use the library services or resources that we have. Of course, we do use the social media. We are very active with our Facebook page. And then, of course, organizing different activities to help people in the university, not only on the part of the teaching and learning, but of course, in the leisure time of the students that we have here. The second one is, of course, we have to revisit our mindset and attitude. The key to success is having the right mindset. There will always be something to learn and to change. The bottom line will be always be, do you want to stay or become static in the situation? Or are you willing to use this as an opportunity to change our ways for better? So having the right mindset, the right attitudes helps us succeed. And of course, shifting to the new modes of the delivery of services. Okay, because of the change and challenges that this pandemic posed to the Adamson University Library, we provide some ways on how we can support our users. So we do have here the online flexible library services. Of course, you have the online reference services, to the document delivery services. We do provide webinars and online trainings for our students, the electronic resources assistance. Of course, we do have the online storytelling sessions because we do have the basic education. We have provided the subject guides to the faculty, to the colleges and departments in doing their modules in the BB account or the Blackboard account. Of course, we do provide the contactless loan services to our community, and then the book returns. And then, of course, we do provide the current awareness services every now and then, especially every day we send them emails, the academic community of what's installed or what are the current news of the Philippines and the world itself. So these are some of our services and how they will avail of our services. This was emailed to everyone in the academic community. So yeah. So this one is other services that we conduct also, the training for our students. Last time we conducted electronic resources for 2,500 students. And some of our services, of course, the online storytelling by our elementary librarian. We do take part in the, of course, in the Adamson University because of the, we serve the poor also. And then virtual orientations, communication with staff, and of course, the library orientation for our new students also. And some of our trainings with the academic community. And this one is in cooperation with, of course, the celebration of the National Book Week, that Adamson University provide this kind of contest to our students for them to engage with the library. Of course, we have the dance challenge, the photography contest, a TikTok contest, and of course, we do have 3 community library in our adopted community in Rizal, Laguna, and in San Jose del Monte. So we do have this donation drive, show care by giving share, for giving project to the children of the Adamson University adopted communities, because we supervise 3 community-based learning resource center. So this is our homepage for the library Facebook page. So let me end this presentation by saying that challenge and change has become part of our lives. No matter who or what we are, we believe in, life will definitely throw us challenges. and this cannot be avoided. Facing these challenges and coming out of it stronger is what makes us victorious. Thank you so much. And I'll turn over to my partner, Miss Dea, for the next presentation.
Thank you, Judy. Okay, now there's a request that I think something is coming out on the screen. Can you please make an adjustment? Yeah, that one. Okay. Okay, while we're waiting for Judy, I would like to greet everyone. Good morning. Good morning, fellow librarians. So it's almost it's 11:15. So today I will be sharing with you the experience of the Rizal Library during this time of COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. So, good morning. A few weeks before the general community quarantine in March, the university, Atheneo University, already announced a 2-week preparation if there is a call for campus lockdown. 50% of the staff are on site while the other half prepares for a work from home arrangement. In the second week, the government made the announcement and everything changed, a reality check. Who's next slide, please? Okay. Okay. So the scenario was so challenging, not only for the library, but for the whole university. I remember in one of our administrators' meetings, our vice president said that during a difficult situation, the strong will work harder to meet the challenge. That's the saying, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. So as librarians, I know we take on the responsibility. We calm down and focus on what we need to do. Okay, let me say that again. We try to calm down and focus on what we need to do. Next slide, please. As our guide, we go back to 3 important documents. We review first the Ateneo's vision and mission statement as a university, as a Filipino university, and as a Catholic university. Next slide, please. Second, we go to the St. Ignatius Constitution of the Society of Jesus, wherein St. Ignatius, who loves to read, said that there should be, if possible, a common library in all colleges. And thirdly, and lastly, next slide, please, the Rizal Library mission to provide information. With this in mind, we know we are taking on the challenge. We have to be stable and be ready to provide the service needed to support teaching, research, and outreach. Next slide, please. Okay. So we sit down and look at the perspective based on Ateneo's core values. We first look at the mission of teaching, research, and outreach. Then review the available resources such as human resources, financial, and the environment. We stopped and discerned and weighed our options. We have to be realistic. We have to be reasonable, compassionate, and sustainable. Next slide, please. We studied the possible scenarios. Are we going back to normal? As if nothing happened. Pero kailan? Or everything will be online? Or a blended learning environment is possible? It was April then, and still everything was uncertain. Next slide, please. To be able to design a solution that is more reasonable, compassionate, and sustainable, we have to know the parameters. We have to limit the community we will be serving. We have to define boundaries. We made sure that we will be giving services to our existing community. The Atheneo community is our priority. It includes the Loyola Schools campus, the Law School, the School of Business, and the School of Medicine and Public Health. Next slide, please. In May, we know we will be doing full online classes. Faculty and departments are training for this change. This situation now calls us to explore different ways of doing things, cross boundaries and comforts, and think new. The library, together with the offices and support services, did a work process review. We mapped our expectations, we classified the services. What are the services that we need to continue to support our faculty and students? What jobs can we delay until it is safe for our students and staff? Can we outsource some of the tasks? The library has almost 70 librarians and staff. We need to identify what are critical positions in the library. We need to make sure that the services crucial in the university mission are available. At the same time, we have to redefine the current work processes to respond to our community's emerging needs. Lastly, there is a need to monitor performance in this situation. Next slide, please. As a result, the library identified 3 significant positions. The librarian's tasks are considered critical. They need to provide information services to all the stakeholders. This time, it is more challenging because it needs to be online. The librarians respond to reference inquiries through various media, and we have to do things proactively. As what the previous speakers shared, it is during this time that we have to make sure that our clients know what we are doing. We have to reach out to them. Thus, the creation of school-designated librarians or school team librarians. For most of the staff, their tasks are considered critical and non-critical as well. The library identified encoding tasks for their work from home duties and digitization of documents for on-site work. For technical staff, their tasks are considered critical and non-critical as well. These include digitization for preservation, on-site computer services, server maintenance, encoding, and programming services. Next slide, please. So what happened in the library or office operations? We have 2 types of work arrangement. First, you may belong to the full work from home arrangement, or you may belong to the second group who has rotational work arrangement. The staff members are divided into 3 batches. Each batch will have 1 on-site work week and 2 weeks of work from home. This new work arrangement requires reviewing the functions and repurposing of the tasks. The librarians and staff attended in-house online training, a series of meetings to discuss the strategies needed to develop their skills and prepare them for their new task. Next slide, please. The library focused on community services such as book return, book borrowing, physical spaces, and reference services. We are thinking this in new ways. Since the students are home, we bring the services to them. Next slide, please. So, one way is through the LS1, a portal for the students and their parents, because sometimes parents are more anxious on what will happen. So librarians are designated for the school so they can focus on the need of the students and their departments. Next slide, please. The library promotes access to online resources in social media and the learning management system used by faculty and students. Additional online resources are made available. Next slide, please. We also have online webinars for the community. So why are we so worried about the book returns? The library found out that the students are anxious to return books because of the possible increase in fines. Thus, a quick response to them was posted and ensures that we are caring for them. It may be a simple thing, but procedures need to be changed and adjusted. Next slide, please. We continue reviewing old tasks and provide new ways of doing things. Staff members were given encoding tasks, but we realized that not all of them are familiar and thus training is necessary. Reporting is not as easy as before because they are working from home. School team assignments have their own issues and concerns, such as specialization and personalities. What kind of metrics and analytics are we going to use? In the past, we measured the numbers of seats occupied, number of books borrowed. Is that enough now? Miscellaneous tasks, but equally important, are copyright and intellectual property. We have a series of discussions with the Atheneo Legal Office, Data Privacy, and Intellectual Property Office to make sure that we are following the law. Another challenge is the revision and redesigning of the computer system to make sure that it complies with the new setting where the staff, faculty, and students are all working from home. Next slide, please. Librarians, as I said before, are designated for the schools so they can focus on the needs of the students and their departments. Next slide, please. Here are some PubMats and materials we use to promote the activities. Next slide, please. And another one. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. To be able to do work from home, tools and equipments are provided to the students and staff. Staff members are allowed to bring home their computers. Some of them avail of Wi-Fi devices and subsidies for internet connection. Next slide, please. So we have these materials, so students and staff may borrow or get a prepaid Wi-Fi device or get subsidies for their internet connection. Next slide, please. Prioritization and dream, or we call it a dream come true. Why? This pandemic time is also an opportunity to finish the pending jobs like digitization of rare materials, indexing and encoding, or to complete old projects like the preparation of finding aids and archival documents and processing of archival documents. This project will make your archives accessible via online facilities. Next slide, please. Most of the activities we are doing before the pandemic, now we are doing it online. Like the 24/7 access to online databases, we're doing it before, but we need to promote it now, or better, we need to provide this more to the faculty and the students. To facilitate easy access to these services, the library developed online videos and guides for the students, faculty, and even parents. Next slide, please. We realized that together we are doing so much more. Together, subgroup of librarians, students, and faculty, we are doing things that we do not imagine before. Now, part of our regular work is the Kamustahan, or we connect with the students through the Rizal Library Ambassadors. And we continue to do outreach activities. Next slide, please. One of our activities is ongoing collaboration with the student through the Rizal Library Ambassadors, the student arm of the Rizal Library. Together with the students, we know that they need to connect with one another. So we have weekly meetings, identify activities that will help them in their research, and connect with the different organizations. So now we have an online help desk manned by students from 5 p.m. to 12 midnight. Next slide, please. Maybe it's pandemic, but it's during the Linggo ng Wika, we continue the tradition. We invited students and faculty to watch a party showing Batang Rizal, a play co-sponsored by the Rizal Library. Next slide, please. We also have online games for the community during Linggo ng Wika. Next slide, please. And when it's graduation time, a short message for our graduating student reached thousands of likes, shares, and comments. And it even gets published in our magazine. These simple things make a connection and make the students feel that they are cared for. Next slide, please. Our students through social media express their anxiety and how they miss the campus and environment. Through an undergraduate thesis, we were able to come up with an application that provides a virtual tour of the library. A video was released in time for the graduation. Next slide, please. An alumna posted an article on how he spends his college life in the library as a Rizal Library ambassador. Next slide, please. During this time, it also allowed us to do outreach activities with our students for our fellow employees, guards, and photocopiers. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, to summarize this COVID pandemic situation, it is an opportunity for the Rizal Library to showcase the leadership in management of the library. This is done to strategic management and creative thinking, to promote its services through online facilities and effective communication with its stakeholders, wellness for staff and students through kamustahan and constant communication, community outreach for the Atheneo community and the people we are working with, and how even during this time, we remain a friend to our student, faculty, and staff. Rizal Library is always their friend. Thank you for listening, and thank you, PLAI, for giving us the opportunity to share our journey.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Dea. Thank you, Ma'am Judeline. Thank you for sharing the experience of an academic library in response to the challenges we are facing right now. So moving forward to the next presentation, it is now from the Philippine Association of Teachers of Library and Information Science, or PATLS. The speaker is a full-time faculty at the UP School of Library and Information Studies, where he teaches information technology, management and marketing, research methodology, and statistical analysis. He is also currently the director of the Diliman Learning Resource Center. Prior to that, he was an information specialist at the College of Engineering Library, where he was in charge of the System and Network Administration and the Learning Commons. He recently finished his master's degree at the Technology Management Center in UP Diliman, and currently his research specialization covers applied informatics and digital scholarship. Please welcome Professor Dan Anthony Dorado as he talks about emerging pedagogy during the pandemic.
Today, I am Assistant Professor Dan Anthony Dorado, and this session is brought to you by the Philippine Association of Teachers of Library and Information Science. My topic for today is emerging pedagogy during the pandemic. It's an ethnographic study of a Facebook group called uh, Pandemic Pedagogy, wherein teachers from all around the world share their experiences, their practices in their classrooms as they navigate what pedagogy and activities uh, will they use to motivate and engage their students during their online learning. So the first question that we have to address is where are we now? I'm sure when before the SEM started, you attended a lot of seminars and workshop telling us this is the new normal. Ito yung mga technology na gagamitin natin because in their opinion, ito yung mga tools na pwede natin magamit para ma-engage yung mga students natin. But to be honest, asa na ba talaga tayo? Yung bang mga natutunan natin ay naging effective ba? Nagamit ba natin siya ng maayos? Na-maximize ba natin yung mga technology at strategy na binigay sa atin? So according to that Facebook group, teachers are stressed, students are stressed, everyone is stressed. So if you're feeling stressed right now as a teacher, you are not alone. Uh, Most of the teachers in that Facebook groups share the same sentiments. If you feel that your students are also stressed and demotivated, uh, your students are not alone. The students in that particular Facebook group are also experiencing the same thing. So why are teachers stressed? Well, first is the primary stress of teachers because if we're going to describe teachers in terms of how are they as individual, we can say that they are obsessive compulsive and at some level perfectionist in terms of how they want to prepare their lesson plans, their activities, because as much as possible, they want their students to get the full value of their lesson plan. So palagi nilang sinesecond guess yung kanilang sarili. Matutuwa ba sila sa activity na to? May engage ba sila? Motivate ba sila? Hindi kaya boring itong ipapagawa ko sa kanila. So yung stress na yon, dahil nagsisimula ulit tayo from the start, is something that uh, nagbibigay ng stress and anxiety sa mga teachers. Samahan pa nung secondary trauma na nakukuha nila sa mga students nila because they too are stressed. They too are not sure of what they should do because totally different na yung mode of delivery, totally iba na yung way para mag-submit ng requirements. They are not sure if tama pa ba yung ginagawa nila in addition to the academic and social pressure na meron sila. And then some sentiments in that Facebook groups were discussed in terms of what faculty members need para mawala yung stress na yon, mawala yung anxiety nila. Some of their sentiments is sana madagdagan yung compensation nila kasi nga uh, nakapag-prep na sila ng lesson nila before and by doing another prep for online classes, it's a totally different ball game. So they are looking for additional compensation. Marami din dun teachers ay nangihingi ng modification to teaching schedules and loads. So ibig sabihin, sana instead na 2 to 3 times a week sila tuturo, kung pwede daw sana bawasan, gawing one session na lang per week or bawasan yung load nila instead na 24 units, instead na 20 units, gawing 15 or 12 units na lang. Another thing that they want support is in terms of the technology. So may mga teachers na yes, may computer sila or may laptop sila sa bahay, pero may ka-share sila or yes, may internet sila sa bahay pero hindi gano'n kabilis. So a lot of school administrators are failing in that particular area. So yung support na yun hindi na ibibigay sa mga teachers at nakakadagdag yun sa stress nila. Another thing that sa mga wish list nila is yung increased staff and teaching assistant support. So there are teachers kung saan 100, 150 yung students nila and wala silang teaching assistant. So for every deliverable na binibigay ng mga estudyante, sila lang yung nag-check. So isa pa yon sa mga hinihiling nila sa mga school administrators para lang, again, makabawas sa load sa mga iniisip nila. Last is yung flexibility and reducing of the number of non-essential meetings. So madaming meetings, madaming workshop seminars, and they wish na sana mabawasan yun. So given the things na nagbibigay ng stress, given the things na nagbibigay ng problema sa ating mga teachers, ano ang mga naging temporary solutions natin? Ano yung mga provisional solutions natin? What has emerged out of this pandemic in terms of our pedagogy? So in terms of course preparation, yung buzzword na palaging name-mention dun sa Facebook group na yon ay yung tinatawag na resilient pedagogy. So resilient, ibig sabihin, no matter what pressure, no matter what force you apply to that particular object, it will go back to its original state. So, kaya may picture tayo dito nung slinky. I think ang tawag natin dati dito ay rainbow spring. So, slinky yung tawag nila sa US. And the analogy is, kapag binanat mo siya at binitawan mo siya, it will go back to its original shape. Kapag tinapon mo siya, binato mo siya sa malayo, yes, it will be deformed, pero eventually babalik din siya sa kanyang original shape. So ganun din yung gusto nilang i-practice natin given na nasimulan na natin ngayong may pandemic. So it's to build a resilient pedagogy so that if ever mangyari ulito in the future or magkaroon man ng ibang reasons para mag-suspend ang class, our classes, our courses will still be available to our students. So, one form of resilient pedagogy na sinasuggest is yung tinatawag na high flex. So, high flex is a short term siya for hybrid flexible learning. So, it's a blended learning method that refers to a teaching strategy that includes structure, which allows a student to either attend on-site or online classes. So, regardless of whether may pandemic pa bukas or wala na, or next month or next year, as teachers, we will be required to prepare two sets of lesson plan. Isang online at isang classroom-based. Okay? Kasi nasimulan na natin eh. So sabi nila, we might as well go with high flex. Para yung mga students din natin will have the option, for example, this week they are available for face-to-face class. And then nagkaroon sila ng emergency next week. So dahil hindi sila pwede sa face-to-face, they can opt in for an online class the following week. or magkaroon naman, let's say, ng bagyo next month. So kahit may bagyo, kung nasa students na natin yung mga materials nila and they are capable of continuing their education, then they have the opportunity and they have the materials to do it. Another thing na palaging name-mention ngayon because we are again restructuring our courses is yung term na being intentional. So being intentional means trying to cut out the things that is not relevant, that is yung mga walang value na activities, and for us teachers just get to the point of what we want to teach to our students. So may tendency kasi tayong mga teachers na minsan may mga pasakalya pa tayo, may mga mahabang story pa tayo before tayo mapunta dun sa point no, na gusto nating ituro. So because of this pandemic, we were forced to just give our students the bare essential, the minimum requirements, just get straight to the point. Instead na bibigyan pa natin ng formula, ito na yung formula at ito na rin yung sagot. Okay? So we were forced to examine the learning objectives. Ano ba talaga yung kailangan nila matutunan? If merong activity na hindi nakaka-contribute dun sa learning objective na yun, tatanggalin natin. We were forced to review the instructional goals and we were forced to review the student goals. So again, any activity that do not contribute para ma-achieve yung mga goals na yun, we were forced to take them out. And because this is something na halos lahat ng school ginagawa, they have to redesign their course. Isa sa mga pinaka naging in demand in terms of position ay yung mga instructional designer. So ito yung mga tao nagbibigay sa atin ng workshop, seminars, kung paano i-obidize yung mga syllabus natin. Ito yung mga taong nagtuturo sa atin kung ano-ano yung iba't ibang type of assessment na pwede natin gamitin, etc. So bigla tayong bumalik uli sa foundations of educational theories. Another concept na naging controversial dun sa Facebook group na yun is uh, the feeling of the teachers that they are a failure this semester, this school year, because madami sa mga students nila yung bumagsak. The feeling na na-depress yung mga teachers because feeling nila they were a failure dahil hindi nila na-motivate yung mga students nila, yung mga students nila hindi pumapasok. So a lot of experts a lot of research na pinoint na nilagay do sa Facebook group na yun is uh, to be honest, it would take 2 to 3 years para lang ma-normalize yung mga ginagawa natin sa classroom natin. So the general message was you can treat this school year as a trial run. If you did not succeed with your learning objective this semester kasi kinulang ka ng oras or marami kang students na hindi pumapasok, that's totally fine because again, we are still adjusting our pedagogy this semester, this school year, and to be ang sabi ng research for the next 2 to 3 years, we will adjust our pedagogy. So parang pagluluto lang, hindi naman pag nagluto ka, let's say, ng adobo, masarap agad siya. Obviously, may trial run ka pa, may mga test ka muna. Kapag nagsulat ka ng thesis, hindi naman yung first draft mo perfect agad. So same with our pedagogy. Hindi mo agad siya makukuha sa first try lang. For example, sa amin sa UP, yung performance namin last semester and itong semester na to will not be included as a basis para sa promotion namin. Because again, we're still trying out things, nangangapa pa rin kami. And I think it's only right na hindi siya masama sa sa magiging basihan ng promotion namin in the future. Okay, another pedagogy na sumisikat ngayong pandemic is yung tinatawag na ludic pedagogy. So, ang ludic pedagogy is based on humor. It is based on gamification of learning. So, kung para lang ma-imagine nyo, imagine ninyo nasa comedy bar kayo, pero at the same time, natututo kayo. So, that is ludic pedagogy. Usually, ludic pedagogy is practice sa mga kindergarten, sa preschool, para lang ma-maintain yung attention ng mga bata. Pero nga dahil masyado ng stress, masyado na demotivated, kahit yung mga college students, some professors, some schools took ludic pedagogy and sinubukan nila itong i-practice. So, ginamify nila yung mga activities nila, lahat ng games, lahat ng activities nila may game element just to make sure na na-maintain yung interest ng mga students nila. And this is something that you can also try in your courses. Next topic na isa pa sa malimit ma-discuss sa Facebook group na yun is how to motivate students. So palagi yun yung tanong, I have an English class, I have a math class, hindi na sila pumapasok, feeling ko demotivated na sila. So maraming nag-post ng mga research doon, and ang palaging binabagsakan ng mga research na pinopost nila is the reason why lot of students, especially yung mga nasa high school and nasa college, are demotivated is because nawala yung social interaction factor ng pagpasok sa school. So, malaking bagay yung social interaction because it makes going to school interesting. It makes them motivated because makikita nila yung mga friends nila, makikita nila yung crush nila. And it is a fact naman talaga that learning is a social experience. There are certain people na mas natututo kapag may kasama sila. So during remote learning, authentic moments of connection can feel few and far between. So for students to learn, they must feel valued, they must feel known. So kilala sila, hindi yung isang estudyante lang sila, and they must feel respected. Okay? So, yung sense of belonging, lalo na sa mga high school and college students, importante sa ngayon because it can lead to motivation para mag-succeed sila. And then, it also helps to have this connection para ma-manage nila yung social at academic pressure na pinagdadaanan nila. So what were the suggestions na lumabas dun sa Facebook group na yun? So some teachers call their students one by one. So obviously this is not something that you can do if you have 100 students. But the suggestion was para doon sa mga students na hindi na pumapasok, yung mga students na hindi na medyo nagsasuffer yung performance nila, isa sa mga naging suggestion was try to call them. Because a phone call means you are invested sa success nila. Okay? Kasi nga naman, bihira na lang yung tumatawag ngayon. Kung mayroon kang gustong ipadala message ng tao, itetext mo na lang siya. Yung tawag is reserved for important stuff, emergency, merong malaking news kang gustong sabihin. So kapag daw tinatawagan yung mga estudyante, they feel that concerned talaga yung teacher sa kanila and invested talaga yung teacher na mag-succeed sila sa kanilang academic requirements. Another suggestion was to hold online office hours. So meaning try to conference them individually or into small groups. And then kamustahin nyo lang sila both academically and personally. Again, the goal here is to build authentic connections. So para lang maramdaman nila na uh, si teacher ay concerned pa rin sa amin. Nakikita kasi namin na concern siya during face-to-face. Pero mahirap makita yung concern ng isang teacher during remote learning. So those type of activities will hopefully motivate your students because alam nila that there is yung teacher nila ay andyan para suportahan sila. Okay? Also, try to take advantage of your synchronous session. Use your in-class time for interaction. So, pag ginagamit nyo kasi yung synchronous sessions nyo daw sa pag-lecture, wala kayong nabibuild na connection, wala nabibuild na interaction. So, try to flip the classroom. Lahat ng pwede nilang gawin asynchronously ipagawa nyo. Pero during synchronous session, try to uh, come up with activities that will foster communication and interaction. So devote synchronous session to discussion, problem solving, and community building para again ma-build yung relationship both you with your student and student with other students. And isa pang suggestion is show and tell. Uh, I know it is something na ginagawa sa kinder or sa preschool. Show and tell, this is my toy. Show and tell, ito yung manika ko. Pero uh, sabi dun sa article na pinost din dun sa Facebook group, there is no age limit for a show and tell activity, especially now kasi a lot, yung term natin na nabuburyong sila sa loob ng bahay, naghahanap sila ng kausap, meron silang gustong kwentuhan dun sa mga bagay na interesado sila and yet wala silang makwentuhan kasi wala dun yung classmate nila. So, try to allot some time sa class nyo for a show and tell and make sure na lahat daw ng students ay magkakaroon ng turn nila. So for example, show and tell, this is the book that I am currently reading. If you are into love novels, I highly suggest this. Or this is the current game I'm playing sa PS5 ko. Baka meron sa inyo naglalaro din nito. Pwede tayo maglaro during off-class hours. Or if you're looking for a game na magandang RPG, this is something that you can try. So again, they are able to express themselves, na ipapakilala nila yung sarili nila, nagkakaroon sila ng outlet dun sa mga gusto nilang sabihin, and it builds relationship within the class. So another concern na malimit lumabas dun sa Facebook group was, how can I motivate my students to participate during synchronous sessions? How do I motivate my students to read the reading material? Because they come to class, I ask a question regarding the material and yet walang sumasagot. So one participant in that particular Facebook group suggested that he tried to do silent meetings, and because of that, tumaas yung interaction ng mga students niya. So what do I mean by silent meetings? In a silent meeting, from the name itself, no one talks. So the instructor, the professor just give the document or gives a discussion question related to a particular article, and everyone will write or annotate in that document what do they think about the article, do they agree with the comments of their classmates, and they do this all at the same time. Okay, and it's mandatory that everyone will have something to say. Okay, so no one will dominate the discussion. No one will tell someone na you're wrong face to face. So medyo yung mga mahihiyain nagkakaroon din ng chance na sabihin yung point of view nila. And this is something that I think, in my opinion, i-apply ko rin sa class ko. Okay? So, isa dun sa sinuggest na tool na pwedeng gamitin for silent meetings is itong hypot.is. So, it's a collaborative annotation software kung saan pwede kang maglagay ng website, maglagay ng document, at yung mga students mo will make annotations, comments, and uh, hopefully that will foster the discussion for that particular class. So kahit na hindi sila nagsasalita, at least nagpa-participate sila through their through their through their annotations, through their comments. Last is assessment. So, isa pa to sa mga medyo unsure yung mga teachers dun sa Facebook group. Ano yung mga effective assessment tool na pwede nilang gamitin uh, in distance learning. Kasi ang palaging issue nila ay baka mandaya yung estudyante or baka andyan yung magulang para turuan sila. So, for formative assessment, so this is something na ginagawa nila synchronously. So, ito yung mga trigger questions na sinuggest ng ibang teacher doon. So, explain the concept to someone else. So, in yung activity, explain this particular concept kay ganito. Or make a list of the most important aspect of this story or this concept. Explain how blank connects to blank. Draw a picture, map, graph, diagram that explains this concept. And then explain information to yourself in the mirror. For summative assessment, some of the suggestions that were given were to provide extended responses wherein there are 6 open-ended questions and students can choose 3 out of 6 and yun yung sasagutin nila, and the professor can ask follow-up questions just to test whether naintindihan ba talaga ng student yung topic. So that's one. Another one is hexagonal thinking. So it's an activity that promotes critical thinking and kung kaya bang i-connect ng isang estudyante yung isang concept sa 6 pang concept. So kaya nga hexagonal thinking. And last is yung video. And this is something that I have tried sa class ko wherein instead of doing reporting or answering my questions during a synchronous session, I asked them to create a video wherein they are going to discuss that particular topic using their own words. And this is something that they can post sa YouTube so that if there are other students who are looking for that particular topic, then isa sa mga maging options nila ay yung output nila do sa class ko. And because of the digital nature of remote learning, nagkalat din yung mga digital quizzes. So ang daming nagsulputan na digital quizzes. And ilan ito dun sa mga most commonly used digital quizzes platform na ginagamit ng mga teachers. So test room, Typeform, FlexiQuiz, Google Form. If you're not aware, you can use Google Form for online quizzes. Kahoot, isa to sa mga pinaka-popular na online quiz, and then quizzes. Okay? Madami pang topics, madami pang strategies na nandun sa Facebook group, but sobrang lalim na, sobrang dami na nung post doon. Up to this point, hindi pa rin ako tapos i-mine yung group na yun. The goal is hopefully uh, may paper na makasulat ako ng paper in terms of pedagogy na lumabas through the pandemic. But at least initially, ito yung mga themes na lumabas during my short time mining the posts and the comments in that particular Facebook group. If you are interested in collaborating with me and tumulong sa pagmamay ng Facebook group na yon, you are more than welcome. And let's try to see what other themes, what other uh, strategies will come up. Maybe may mga hindi ako nakita dun sa mga posts or sa comments. So that's it. Thank you for watching and hope that you will stay safe. So thank you.
Maraming salamat, Professor Dan. Good luck on the paper, no? But thanks for sharing how teachers are also adjusting during this pandemic. How teachers create a more resilient course, no, for future use. Now we're done with the two presentations from our speakers from Paarl and Patels, and we're now ready to entertain questions. So first we have here, this is from Jolo Van Clyde Abatayo from Caraga Region, St. Michael College of Caraga. And the question, yes, it's easy for us to say that in this time of pandemic, librarians can effectively showcase what we have and what we've got. But we can't deny the fact that there are small libraries that can't afford to install ICT facilities to offer digital or virtual services. So what can you advise realistically to those librarians who feel small and helpless? What do you think would be other smart options that they can do? So I think this would, from the speakers, all of the speakers. Maybe we can start with Miss Dea and Miss Judeline.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Okay, okay, Ma'am Dia.
Okay. Hi, good morning. Maybe the best way to start is really to assess what are your resources. So what is available in your library. And then as we kept on saying earlier, it's really rethinking and finding new ways to provide the services. If you don't have, like, let's say, you don't have ICT or you don't have the facilities, maybe you can think of ways on how you can deliver the books to your students if they need it, especially to the faculty, or if you have other ways of providing, like before, we're thinking that not all students have efficient internet connection, but we're also planning to ask the faculty what are the resources or the readings that is needed by the students. You really have to know your limitations, you have to know your resources, and then prioritizing what is more important at this time. So I think and then one more thing is doing it together with your faculty and the parents and the students will really bring your library services to the clients, to the students.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Dea. No? So it's very important that you know what your community really need at the moment, the priority that they need, and also collaboration as well with the community that you have in your university or in your school. Anything you'd like to add, Miss Judeline?
Yes, aside from that, of course, assessment of the community needs and of course, the library And then we do in the Adamson University because we do have the contactless loan services, wherein the student or the faculty can borrow materials from the library. They can pick up the materials inside if they don't have the means for the internet and the gadgets itself. They can borrow materials from the library directly. So they need to pick up, or we can arrange services, or we can bring them the library to them also. Previously, we do have the mobile library where we go to the different places, especially with our adopted communities. We bring the library to them. We do storytelling, we do the crafts and arts craft for our students, and then we do also provide community-based library. So some of the students from that particular area can use the library itself. And then of course, yun nga po, not all libraries kasi have the capability of the ICT. We have to innovate and rethink ways on how we can deliver. And the key is the collaboration. We collaborate with our community, with our user. We can have, yun nga, hindi mo intahin na sila yung magtanong sa'yo kung anong kailangan nila. Kailangan lumapit ka din sa kanila kung ano yung mabibigay mo sa kanila as a service or yung kailangan ng mga students natin, especially, and our faculty more especially. Kasi yung faculty kasi natin, yun yung first line of communication with the students. So we have to tie up with the faculty to bring the service or the references to our students also.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Judeline, Miss Dea. Thank you for that. I hope we answered no from the participant who asked that. Oh, so okay, sana na sagot talaga natin ang inyong katanungan. Now, next, no, we have a question here for Sir Dan. Here, in your ethnographic study, no, are there emerging maybe specific patterns or themes of instructional strategies that align with specific student groups? What works for young learners, teens, young adults, and graduate students? Can you identify at least 2 best teaching practices for the student groups? Sir Dan?
Okay, thank you for that question. As mentioned dun sa talk ko kanina, we are not done yet mining that particular Facebook group because ang dami na ng posts na na-accumulate over the last 8 months. But as far as trends and themes are concerned, ang pinaka-prominent na theme na lumalabas pagdating sa mga bata, when I say mga bata, grade school, is it's all about maintaining their motivation and holding on to their attention. So the more that you can develop your strategies, your class exercises, your activities na ma-hold yung attention nila, maging masaya sila, maging na-enjoy nila yung ginagawa nila, yun yung palaging lumalabas na theme pagdating sa mga grade school. Pagdating sa mga high school student, I think na-mention ko to dun sa talk kanina, it's more about making authentic connection with them. So, yun yung kinikrave nila as of this moment. They want someone to talk to. They want someone where they can share what they are thinking, na alam nila na mayroong makikinig sa kanila. And I think teachers and even librarians can facilitate that kind of environment for those teenagers or those young adults. Kung let's say pwede silang maging guest sa mga human book programs or magkaroon man lang ng at least kahit small sharing program within the library, I think it will be a very big help na as far as dun sa needs ng mga young adults and teenagers. So yun pa lang yung nakikita. Again, you can join that Facebook group and hopefully you can mine with me and hopefully may iba pa tayong themes na makita dun sa Facebook group na yon. Or we can start here in the Philippines para lang din mas maging local yung context nung pinag-aaralan natin.
Yes, I guess that's a very good suggestion also, Sir Dan. Thank you so much for sharing that study with us. So, Once again, no, thank you so much to all our speakers. I know there's still questions that we still need to attend to, but we're running out of time na talaga, and I think our speakers can still answer them if they have time no later. So let's proceed. We'll be awarding our certificates of appreciation to this set of our distinguished speakers. So the certificate reads, the Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines awards this certificate of appreciation to Engracia Santos, Judeline Bundok, and Dan Anthony Dorado for being a resource speaker during the PLAI National Congress 2020 and General Assembly with the theme Libraries as Catalyst in the New Normal Environment, Changes, Reforms, Transformations, held online from 24 to 27 November 2020. Given this 26th day of November 2020, signed by the Executive Vice President Elisa V. Garcia and the PLAI President Emma M. Ray. So thank you so much. We truly learned a lot from your presentation, and we wish you all the best in your endeavors and all your future studies pa. So maraming salamat po. So
Thank you.
there you go. We're done with a full-packed morning session. Bitin pa ba tayo, guys? So don't worry, we still have another set of 5 presentations later this afternoon. So please do join us again later as we will have another raffle. And please take note, we will stop this webinar in Zoom as well as our stream on YouTube so we can take our lunch first. But rest assured that we will start admitting participants again later. So see you again after an hour. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much.